Tonight's stories are calm and easy to listen to, told slowly beneath the sound of steady rain. There's a gentle darkness here, familiar and unhurried. Everything continues quietly if you drift off. Story 1, Highway 89 Vanishing, Silent Roadside Terror. I always liked the quiet stretches on the highway at night. I pulled out of the rest stop just after midnight, somewhere past Junction 47 on Highway 89. The air was crisp, carrying a faint trace of pine and something else, maybe a distant campfire, or just the sharp tang of wet earth after a light rain. I rolled down the window a crack, letting the cold seep in. It burned my skin, but it was a good kind of burn, the kind that sharpens your senses when you've been cooped up in the cab for hours. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of black asphalt slicing through dense woods. My headlights caught the edges of gnarled branches that leaned in like curious shadows, and when a breeze rustled the leaves, it sounded like a soft whisper just out of reach. I liked that, too. The world felt a little bigger out here, less boxed in by walls or other people's noise. I flicked on the CB radio, the static scratching in my ears like a restless animal. Breaker 19, I said, voice low, practiced. Anyone out there with news on the next way station? A long pause. Then a voice, ragged and urgent, cut through the white noise. 10-4, Big Red. Road shut down up ahead. Something's going on near mile marker 62. They're turning rigs back at the last exit. You don't want to get caught in that mess. I frowned and glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see flashing lights or a line of trucks backed up like a slow snake. Nothing. Just the empty stretch behind me, the moonlight turning the asphalt silver and cold. Copy that, I said into the mic. Any word on what's causing the closure? Static. Then a different voice, sharper, more clipped. No official word. Just local chatter. Some drivers say they're pulling folks off the road. Officials denying it, but the chatter's real. Watch yourself. I leaned back, rubbing my jaw. Odd, sure, but not unheard of. Sometimes the county rolled out closures without much warning. Sometimes they kept it quiet if it was something sensitive. I just hit the next exit, find a phone, call dispatch. I reached for the radio again, but the channel was dead. No crackle, no voices, just silence. I sat there, the engine ticking as it cooled, and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. The highway curved sharply, and I pressed the brake gently, feeling the truck shift under me. Up ahead, the road dipped into a shallow valley, dark except for the glow of my headlights. I caught a glimpse of something on the side of the road, an orange cone, maybe, or a piece of debris. I blinked, but it was gone when I looked again. I told myself it was nothing. Probably a trick of the light, or a misplaced reflector lost in the shadows. Then the CB crackled again. A new voice, tense and breathless. Listen up, Big Red, this is last call. You remember that rig? The Freightliner, blue cab, plate 9ZV334? Went missing near mile 62 last week. No wreck. No call. Just vanished. Authorities say no foul play, but some of us think otherwise. Be careful. My hand tightened around the steering wheel. Freightliner, yeah, I knew that truck. Ran that route often. The driver was a good guy, always friendly at the truck stops. The idea of him just disappearing didn't sit right. I swallowed hard. Last call, you sure about this? 10-4, came the reply. Word is, he stopped to check something on the side of the road. Never got back in. No trace since. A cold trickle ran down my spine. I glanced in the passenger seat. Empty. No one around for miles. Just me, the road, and the crackling radio voices. I flicked the radio off, the sudden silence too loud in my ears. I tried to focus on the road, on the way the headlights carved through the darkness, but my mind kept drifting back to that missing driver. How could someone just disappear out here? No wreck, no signs, no clues. The cab felt smaller all of a sudden. The night heavier. I rubbed my palms against my jeans, tasting the faint bitterness of stale coffee lingering in my mouth. I caught the scent again, something metallic, faint but unmistakable, like burnt rubber mixed with something less definable. It wasn't the usual roadside smell. It was wrong. I scanned the horizon, looking for the source, but all I could see was the endless black ribbon of highway and the forest pressing close on either side. I told myself to stop imagining things. The road was dangerous enough without adding ghosts to the mix. Still, the knot in my gut tightened as the truck rumbled on. Mile marker 62 loomed ahead, and somewhere close, I knew, the blue Freightliner was supposed to have vanished into thin air. The radio came back to life one last time, a voice low and hurried. "Big Red, if you see anything odd, don't stop. Just keep moving. They're watching." I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Watching. Who? What? The highway swallowed the warning, and then silence returned. Complete silence. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white, and forced my eyes back to the road. The dark stretched out before me, vast and unknowable. And I kept driving. Each mile felt heavier, shadows pressing in, until a faint flicker of headlights appeared far ahead, too distant to tell friend from foe. The headlights ahead blinked once, twice, then vanished like a candle snuffed by the wind. But thinking straight was the problem. I'd been listening to the CB chatter for hours, picking up scraps of frantic warnings and half-finished sentences. Road closed up ahead. Can't get through. They're blocking everything. A dozen voices, all frantic, none clear. Then the official broadcasts, smooth and calm, denying any closures or incidents. The radio static between those two realities felt like a crack in the whole world. Something was wrong, but nobody official wanted to admit it. I pulled over at the next rest stop, a grim little patch of cracked concrete and graffiti street picnic tables, lit by a single flickering street lamp that buzzed like a dying insect. The smell of damp pine pressed in from the trees behind the lot, and a cold wind rattled the rusted sign advertising Highway 89, next services 75 miles. I turned off the engine and sat back in the driver's seat, letting the silence rush in. Outside, the night felt thick, like it was waiting for something. I needed to know what was going on. Not just the radio, but the road itself. The blue Freightliner, the one that vanished, wasn't just a ghost story whispered over CB radios. I checked the trucking forums earlier, the ones I usually ignored. There was a thread about a driver named Eli Matthews who'd gone missing near mile marker 62. The last post was from his dispatcher, desperate and confused. No wreckage, no sightings, nothing but a truck that disappeared from the tracking system like it was swallowed by the earth. I pulled out my phone, though I knew cell service out here was spotty at best. No bars. Just the faint glow of the screen, useless and dead. I leaned back, eyes closed. The memory of that last radio warning came back, the voice low and hurried, warning me to keep moving. They're watching. I turned that phrase over in my head. Who was they? And what were they watching for? The night felt suddenly colder on my neck. I reached up instinctively, rubbing the nape of my neck beneath my collar. I wasn't sure if it was the cold or something else. A crackle came from the CB, sharp and sudden, slicing through the quiet. I snapped the radio back on. "Big Red, you still there?" The voice was tense, familiar. It belonged to a driver I'd heard earlier, a guy named Hank, judging by the handle. Yeah, Hank. What's the word? Keep your eyes peeled. I passed mile marker 62 20 minutes ago. Nothing but empty road. No sign of blue freight. His voice dropped. But there was a figure standing by the side. Looked like a man. Didn't move when I passed. Did you stop? No. Like you said, if something's wrong, stopping's the last thing you want. The line went dead. I sat there, heart thudding. A man standing alone on a deserted highway at midnight? That wasn't normal. Not here. The truck's engine idled quietly beneath me, the only living thing in the stillness. I decided to drive a bit more, closer to mile marker 62. Maybe I could find something. Anything. The cab was colder now. The heater struggled against the chill pressing through the cracked window seals. I sipped from my thermos of bitter, burnt coffee, but the taste was thin and unsatisfying. My throat felt dry, like I'd been holding my breath for hours. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of faded white lines disappearing into darkness. Trees leaned close on either side, their branches scratching the sky like skeletal fingers. The headlights lit up patches of cracked asphalt and scattered leaves, the occasional rustle of small animals fleeing unseen. As I neared 62, the radio crackled again, a voice breaking through with hesitant urgency. Big Red, this is Dusty. You got to be careful. I saw something, maybe more than one thing, on the side of the road back there. People, or maybe shadows. I don't know. But they didn't look right. Like they weren't just waiting, they were watching. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to glance in the rearview mirror. The cab felt suddenly claustrophobic, every sound amplified, the hum of the engine, the tick of the dashboard clock, the faint creak of the truck settling. What are you saying, Dusty? You see anyone near the road now? Nothing. Just trees. But the feeling, it's like they're hiding, waiting for you. Like they want you to stop. Dusty's voice trailed off, replaced by static. Dusty? You there? I kept the mic close, but no reply came. The highway curved ahead, the mile marker sign flickering weakly under the moonlight, 62. I slowed, heart pounding. The spot where the blue freightliner had vanished stretched ahead, silent and empty. Nothing moved. I pulled onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under the truck's tires. The engine died with a reluctant groan, and the world went quiet again. I stepped out. The night air hit me with a sharp bite, cold and damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine needles crushed underfoot. The sky was a black canvas, stars scattered thinly, distant and indifferent. I looked down the highway in both directions. Nothing. No lights. No movement. Then I saw it. A small, weathered sign half buried in the dirt, tilted at an odd angle. It was a warning road construction, no entry, but the paint was faded and peeling, the kind of sign that had been there a long time, neglected. I crouched to inspect it, fingers tracing the rough surface. There were scuff marks on the ground nearby, like someone or something had been dragged or had slipped. Unease crept up my spine. I straightened up and scanned the tree line. My breath made little puffs in the cold air. The silence was complete, but heavy. Like the forest was holding its breath. I wanted to get back in the truck, to turn on the headlights and drive away as fast as I could. But I didn't. Because in the corner of my eye, I caught movement, something slipping between the trees. Quick. Smooth. Almost like a shadow blending into shadows. Too fast to be a person. Too deliberate to be a deer. I blinked. It was gone. I swallowed the lump in my throat and climbed back into the cab. The heater sputtered to life, a weak warmth spreading slowly. I locked the door and closed the windows, the faint click echoing louder than it should. The radio crackled again. "Big Red, you there?" Hank's voice. Relief flooded through me. "Yeah, Hank. I'm here. Something's not right out here. Tell me about it. I'm turning back to the last stop. I don't like this one bit." Before I could answer, another voice came through the static, different, unfamiliar, low and calm. "Stop looking. Stop asking." The line went dead. My hands trembled, gripping the wheel. The truck felt suddenly too small, too exposed, like a trap. The radio went silent. Outside, the trees whispered with the wind. And somewhere out there, I knew someone was watching. I didn't know who. I didn't know why. But I knew I couldn't stop. Not yet. The silence after that last transmission was worse than the static or the voices or whatever that was. I sat frozen for a long moment, the heater's weak was the only sound. The cab felt too tight, like the walls had shrunk, squeezing in on me. Outside, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches scratching at the night sky like fingers reaching for something just beyond my sight. I wanted to turn on the engine, slam the gas, and put miles between me and this place. But I didn't. Something held me back. Maybe it was the weight of Hank's warning, or the strange voice telling me to stop looking, stop asking. I rubbed my hands over the wheel, trying to shake off the cold that had nothing to do with the failing heater. Then the radio crackled again. Not the CB this time, a different frequency. A woman's voice this time, calm, almost rehearsed. "Big Red, this is dispatch. Confirm location and status." I hesitated. Could I trust them? Was this some kind of prank? Or worse, a trap? "This is Big Red," I answered, voice low. "I'm on Highway 97, near mile marker 143. Something's going on. I've heard warnings on the CB, but the authorities deny any road closures." There was a pause. Static hummed like a distant storm. "Highway 97, mile 143, she repeated. "No closures reported. Maintain course." Her tone was flat, professional, but underneath it was something colder, less human. I felt it in my bones, like a warning I couldn't ignore. "Are you sure?" I asked, swallowing hard. "Because I just heard a driver, name's Ricky, he vanished at that spot. No trace, no wreckage. Just gone." Another pause. Longer this time. Then she said, "Ricky is accounted for. Your information is incorrect." My stomach churned. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what Hank said, too. That wasn't just some missing person case. Something else was happening here. I pulled the truck forward a few feet, the tires crunching on gravel. The headlights cut through the dark, illuminating the empty highway and the dense forest on either side. No sign of Ricky. No sign of anything. I dialed Hank's number on the CB. "Hank, you copy? What's your location?" Static. Then a voice, strained and hurried. "I'm turning around. I can't stay out here. Something's messing with us." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" "Look, Big Red. Just don't stop. Don't get out. Whatever you do, keep moving." The line went dead again. The night pressed close. The trees whispered secrets I couldn't hear. I checked my mirrors obsessively. Nothing. No headlights behind me, no shadows creeping closer. Still, I felt eyes. Watching. I thought about turning back, about calling it quits. But the road ahead was the only way forward. The only chance. I kept driving, but the tension clawed at me, slow and relentless. Every mile marker felt like a countdown. And then, at mile 145, the first sign appeared. A discarded jacket, draped over a guardrail like a ghostly flag. Fresh, damp with dew, smelling faintly of cigarette smoke and fear. My hands trembled as I reached out and touched it. The fabric was rough, the same brand Ricky had been wearing on the CB chatter. I swallowed a dry lump. This wasn't a game. The road stretched ahead, dark and empty, but I knew better. Something was waiting. Watching. And I was running out of time. I glanced at the radio again. Static filled the silence, then a whisper, almost too soft to catch. Stop looking. Stop asking. The cab felt colder now, the heater barely keeping the chill at bay. I gripped the wheel tighter. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The whisper echoed in my mind, a sinister lullaby threading through the static. I forced my eyes forward, locking onto the faint glow of distant headlights flickering in and out like ghosts. Every fiber of me screamed to pull over, to call for help, but the voice was clear: stop looking. Stop asking. Except I couldn't. Not when the answer was so close, dangling just beyond reach like a cruel tease. The road curved sharply ahead, swallowed by thick woods that seemed to lean in, hungry and alive. My breath fogged the cracked windshield as fear burrowed deeper, cold fingers wrapping around my chest. The radio sputtered again, and this time the words were louder, urgent. He's near. Don't trust the shadows. A shudder ran through me. Shadows had always been where the truth hid, but now they felt like predators, stalking my every move. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The empty road stretched endlessly, but for a split second, I thought I saw a figure, a silhouette standing perfectly still beneath a broken streetlight. When I blinked, it was gone. The heater coughed, then died, plunging the cab into icy silence. Panic clawed its way up my throat as the engine sputtered, threatening to stall. No, now wasn't the time. I slammed my fist against the dashboard and willed the engine to roar back to life. A crackle burst from the radio, a voice sharp and desperate cutting through the interference. You can't outrun it. You never could. My grip tightened until my knuckles whitened. Whatever it was no longer a distant threat. It was here, breathing down my neck. The headlights ahead veered suddenly off the road, disappearing into the woods with a screech of tires. Without thinking, I slammed the gas pedal down, tires screaming in protest. The cold night stretched before me, the line between hunter and hunted blurring in the endless dark. I wasn't just running out of time, I was running out of options. The headlights vanished into the thick black of the trees, just like that, like someone flicked a switch. I swallowed hard, breath catching in my throat. Come on, I muttered to the empty cab, voice rough and low. Don't do this now. The radio crackled again, static tearing through the silence with that same desperate voice. You can't outrun it. You never could. I spun the dial, trying to catch the channel, but the signal was a mess, fragments of voices, garbled warnings. A cold sweat slicked my back. The road ahead was swallowed by darkness, and the trees seemed to lean closer, like they were watching. Then the engine shuddered and went completely still. The cab grew colder by the second. The faint scent of damp earth crept in through a cracked window. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an owl, but mostly silence. Complete silence. I tried the ignition again. Nothing but a hollow click. No lights, no hum. Just the heavy, suffocating stillness of the night pressing against me. I leaned back, I scanning the dark windshield, trying to spot any sign of that figure beneath the broken streetlight. Nothing but shadows and empty road. My throat tightened. I fought the urge to slam my head against the steering wheel. What the hell was going on? That voice on the radio, real or not, felt like a trap. Like something was waiting for me out there, just beyond the reach of my headlights. I reached for my phone. No signal. Of course not. I'd known better than to expect anything different out here. The last town was hours ago, and even then, the cell towers were sketchy at best. I glanced around the cab, heart hammering. The dashboard clock blinked 2:14 a.m. I knew I couldn't just sit here and wait. I needed to move, to figure out what had happened to that other driver, to this road. The radio crackled again. This time, it was a woman's voice, tense and breathless. Roads closed up ahead. Don't go past mile marker 47. Turn back if you know what's good for you. I froze. Mile marker 47. That was exactly where the other driver had disappeared. My fingers trembled as I keyed the mic. Who's this? What's going on out there? Static. Then a low whisper. They don't like strangers. The hairs on my arms prickled. I slammed the mic down. No one answered after that. I forced myself out of the cab, the cold night air biting through my jacket. The world was a black void, the trees too still, too close. The only sound was the crunch of gravel beneath my boots and the low hum of cicadas. I started walking toward where the headlights had disappeared, toward the woods. I told myself I was crazy, that I was chasing ghosts. But something, fear, curiosity, maybe stubbornness, propelled me forward. The road curved sharply ahead. At the bend, I saw the broken streetlight, flickering weakly like a dying star. And there, just beyond the edge of the light, was a small pile of rocks, arranged carefully. Odd. Intentional. I knelt down, fingers brushing the rough stone. No markings. Just stones. A sudden noise made me jump or rustle, quick and sharp to my right. I whirled, heart racing, but only the trees swayed. The scent of moss and damp wood filled my nostrils. The silence pressed again, heavier this time. I backed up slowly toward the truck, but the ground beneath me shifted oddly. A patch of earth had sunk, like something had been dragged beneath the surface. My stomach turned. I could almost taste the cold dirt and rot. Then, from the radio, a voice cut through the night, clearer than before. You don't belong here. Leave. I grabbed the mic again, voice shaking. Who's there? What do you want? No answer. Just a crackle of static. The heater coughed weakly, then kicked on, but the warmth was gone in moments. I slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. The engine roared to life as if waking from a nightmare. I didn't hesitate. Tires bit into gravel, headlights swallowing the darkness. The radio burst into a cacophony of voices, warnings, cries, desperate pleas. Stop. Turn around. Danger ahead. Don't trust the light. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. The road stretched ahead, black and endless. I glanced in the rearview mirror. No headlights, no sign of anyone. But then, faint and flickering, a pair of headlights appeared behind me. Slow. Steady. I pressed the accelerator, the tires squealing, but the other vehicle stayed close. Too close. Like it was matching my every move. Panic rose in my chest. I couldn't outrun whatever this was. I needed a plan, but my mind was a jumble of fear and exhaustion. The CB radio crackled again, louder this time. You're not alone. They're watching. I swallowed hard, fingers gripping the wheel until my nails bit into my palms. The headlights behind me blinked off suddenly. Silence swallowed the night. And then, the radio went dead. The road ahead was empty. Too empty. I didn't know what was worse, the unknown behind me or the darkness ahead. I had to keep moving. I had no choice. But somewhere deep down, a voice whispered that this night was far from over. My heart pounded as I eased off the gas, eyes scanning the shadows lining the roadside. Every rustle, every distant sound felt amplified. Silence. I didn't slow down, couldn't. Not after everything, the missing driver, the frantic voices on the radio, the impossible denials from the authorities. I kept moving because stopping felt like surrendering to whatever was out there, waiting. But the more miles I put behind me, the heavier the silence grew. By the time the sky hinted at dawn, a pale, cold light creeping over the horizon, my fingers trembled from exhaustion and cold. I pulled off at the next rest stop, the sharp smell of diesel and pine hitting me like a slap as I opened the door. The air was crisp, biting at my exposed skin, and the distant hum of the highway was a reminder that the world outside this nightmare was still turning. I sat on the cracked concrete bench outside the station, staring at the empty highway. No trucks, no cars, just that oppressive quiet. I tried to steady my breath, but it came in uneven gasps, the taste of stale coffee and burnt rubber lingering in my mouth. My mind refused to shut down, replaying every moment. The warnings on the CB, the denial from dispatch, the vanishing trucker. It all felt like a trap when I was lucky to have escaped. I pulled out my phone, the cracked screen illuminating the dark inside my cab. Service was spotty, but I managed to send a quick message to my dispatcher. Saw the closures. No sign from authorities. Strange truck disappeared. Need updates. No reply yet. I wasn't sure I wanted one. Later that morning, after a restless sleep curled up in the passenger seat, I found myself back on the road. The sun was higher now, but the highway seemed emptier than ever. No other trucks. No roadside workers. Just me and the endless stretch of asphalt. I decided to stop at the nearest town, a place barely marked on maps, with a single gas station and a diner that smelled of fried eggs and old grease. The kind of place where time seemed frozen, and everyone knew everyone else's business. Maybe too well. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with cigarette smoke and the murmur of quiet conversations. I ordered a black coffee, the bitter warmth grounding me for a moment. An old man sitting nearby glanced up, his eyes sharp behind thick glasses. After a long pause, he said, "You're not from around here. You look like you've seen ghosts." I chuckled dryly, but the words stuck. "Something like that," I said. "Have you heard about truckers disappearing on this stretch? Around the old highway closures?" He nodded slowly, setting down his cup with a deliberate clink. "Not many talk about it. But yeah, happened a few times in the last 10 years. They close the road for maintenance, but some never come back. Folks around here say it's the roads themselves, that they swallow people up." I stared at him, the weight of his words pressing down. "Swallow people up?" I asked, voice low. He shrugged, eyes distant. "Could be anything. Bad spots on the road, or maybe someone watching. People lose their minds out here, or worse." His gaze bore into mine. "You've been watched." I didn't answer right away. The memory of those headlights blinking off behind me was fresh, sharp. "Maybe," I said finally, the words tasting bitter. Back in my truck, the diesel engine humming steadily, I pulled out the maps I kept folded on the dash. I traced the route with a finger, marking every point where the radio warnings came in, every spot where the road was supposed to be closed. The missing driver's last known location matched up perfectly with those points. I realized then this wasn't just a random string of bad luck or mechanical failure. Someone, or some group, had been using the closures as cover. Maybe to scare people off, maybe to isolate them. The thought made my skin crawl. The afternoon sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the highway. I drove on, the weight of what I'd uncovered settling like lead in my chest. I called the authorities again, this time persistent, pressing for answers. Each time, I was met with polite denial, vague reassurances, and a refusal to acknowledge any disappearances beyond minor traffic delays. It was clear now. The official story was a lie. The closures were real, but not for road work. Not really. Night fell again, and I found myself parked at a small overlook, staring down at the winding road below. The dark trees whispered in the wind, the smell of damp earth and pine thick in the air. I thought about the vanished driver, about the unknown watchers, about the way the night could twist reality into something unrecognizable. I pulled up the CB radio, fiddling with the knobs, hoping for a sign. A voice crackled through, faint but unmistakable. Watch the shadows. Not everything's what it seems. Then silence. I sat back, letting the radio fall silent in my hands. The road ahead was still dangerous, still filled with unknowns. But it wasn't the same driver who'd started this journey. I'd seen too much, lost something along the way. In the days that followed, I reported everything to my company, to the police, even to the local news. Nothing changed. The highway remained open, the closures announced and denied, the disappearances brushed under a thick, dark rug. But I stopped driving that route. I found another line, one safer, more predictable. I told myself it was just caution. Maybe it was. Sometimes, late at night, when the highway is quiet and the radio crackles to life with static, I catch a whisper of those frantic voices, warning me still. The echoes of a threat I can't fully explain, but that I know is real. And I keep driving. Because what else is there to do? But I never forget the feeling of being watched, the cold taste of fear lingering in the air like exhaust fumes. The road took more than just one driver that night. It took a piece of me. And I don't think I'll ever get it back. Story 2, Phantom Freight, Haunting Closed Way Stations. I never thought much about way stations before I started hauling cross-country. At first, I figured it was just a coincidence or maybe maintenance crews working overnight. But over the last couple of weeks, I noticed a pattern. No matter the time, morning, afternoon, even late at night, these way stations were always closed. Yet, tire marks fresh enough to shine under the moonlight crisscrossed the asphalt leading in and out, some slick with oil or dirt. And there was something else, too. A faint hum of engines, as if trucks idled just beyond the closed gates, but when I slowed down to check, nothing was there. Just shadows and silence. It started with the station on Highway 67, just south of Dodgeville. I was running late, had been pushing hard through Nebraska, and the sky was a bruised purple when I pulled off. The place looked deserted, gates locked and rusted, the paint peeling like scabbed skin. But the smell caught me first, a sharp tang of diesel mixed with something metallic, almost like burnt rubber. My boots crunched on gravel as I stepped closer, eyes scanning the lot. The tire marks were fresh, deeper in the dirt than they should be if they'd been there for days. I called out, half joking, "Anybody home?" My voice bounced back, hollow and jagged. No answer. I leaned on the cab, squinting into the shadows near the storage shed. There was a flicker, a movement too quick to be a stray cat. But I couldn't tell for sure. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and I shook it off, blaming the long hours and bad coffee. Next day, the same thing. Way station closed, fresh tracks, and that faint engine noise I couldn't place. I told myself it was a trick of the wind or some local pranksters. Maybe someone was using the place to hide or meet up after hours. It made sense, right? Who else would be out there in the middle of nowhere? Still, that evening, when I stopped for fuel near the station, I kept catching glimpses of movement in the dark. Not animals, not birds. People, maybe. But they never showed themselves directly, always just at the edge of vision, vanishing when I blinked or turned my head too fast. I called my buddy Mike, who's been driving these routes longer than I have. Hey, you ever notice those stations on 67 and 89? Closed every time I'm near, but there's signs someone's been there. Fresh tire tracks, engine noises. I swear I saw shadows too. He laughed on the other end. Sounds like a ghost story, man. Maybe a gang using the spots to stash stuff or meet up. I'd keep a wide berth if I were you. I hung up feeling less amused. Mike was the kind of guy who didn't spook easy, and if he was even half serious, that meant trouble. The next week, I found myself watching more closely. I slowed down deliberately at each way station along my route, trying to catch something concrete. The sun was dipping low when I reached the one near Cedar Ridge. Closed, like always. But the air, cold and heavy with silence, was heavy, thick with the odor of oil and something else, maybe sweat, maybe fear. I could hear a faint hum again, like an engine running at low idle, but the lot was empty, the gates locked tight. I stayed put for a long time, eyes scanning the tree line, the shadows pooling under the streetlights. The highway stretched out behind me, headlights fading in the distance. Nothing moved, yet I felt watched. I turned slowly, catching a glimpse of a figure standing just beyond the edge of the trees. No details, just a silhouette, tall and still. When I blinked, it was gone. I told myself I was imagining things. The road messes with your head after hours of solitude. The loneliness, the fatigue makes your mind fill in blanks better left empty. But that night, as I lay in the bunk, the sound of an engine idling far off kept me awake. It wasn't my truck. It was steady, low, patient. Waiting. I got up, rubbed the back of my neck, and looked out the window into the black. No headlights. No movement. Just silence pressing in. I couldn't shake the feeling that the highway had changed. What used to be just a long stretch of pavement was becoming something else. Something that watched me back. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out why. The hours crawled by, each one pulling me deeper into that gnawing unease. I tried to tell myself it was just the isolation playing tricks, that a tired mind could conjure sounds and shadows that weren't there. But when the engine started again, low and deliberate, I knew this wasn't just my imagination. It was something real, purposeful. I slid out of bed, careful not to wake the others. The trailer was silent except for the soft hum of the fridge and the distant buzz of the highway lights flickering past. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside into the cool air, the night folding around me like a cloak. The engine sound was closer now, a constant from beneath the stars. I scanned the horizon but still saw nothing. No headlights, no shapes, just the endless stretch of road swallowed by darkness. It was as if the night itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't just a truck idling on the side of the road. It was a signal, a warning maybe, or an invitation I wasn't ready to accept. Somewhere beyond the black, something was moving. Watching. And I had a sinking feeling this was only the beginning. The engine's hum didn't die down until almost 3 in the morning. By the time dawn slipped into the sky, pale and hesitant, I was still awake. The orange-pink light smeared across the asphalt, revealing the familiar ribbon of road that stretched out ahead. The way station sat silent, closed as always, but those tire marks, the fresh ones I'd noticed the night before, were undeniable. Right where I'd seen them, fresh and deep in the dirt beside the cracked pavement. Whoever had been here wasn't just passing through. They were waiting. I climbed back into the cab, rubbing the rough fabric of the seat beneath my fingers. The coffee maker gurgled to life in the corner of the trailer, filling the air with the bitter scent I desperately needed. My hands trembled, more from the cold than anything else, but the tension wouldn't let up. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights lurking just beyond the tree line. I told myself I was imagining things. I told myself the highway was just playing tricks, that I was reading too much into a few tire tracks and a strange noise. But the weight of unease settled in my gut like a rock. I'd been on the road long enough to trust my instincts. This was different. Something was wrong. Later that morning, I pulled into the next rest stop, a small cluster of cracked concrete and faded signs surrounded by scrub brush and rusting guardrails. I needed to clear my head, so I stepped out, letting the sunlight wash over me, the heat prickling my skin after the chill of night. The smell of gasoline and fried food from the diner nearby mingled with the faint scent of pine and dirt. It was normal. Too normal. I found a bench under a twisted old oak tree, its bark rough and cracked, and sat down, eyes drifting back to the highway. A few trucks rumbled past, their engines grumbling like distant thunder. I pulled out my phone, thumb hovering over the contacts list, but I didn't call anyone. What would I say? There's something watching me at the way stations? It sounded ridiculous. Still, I needed to tell someone. I thought about Sarah, my wife, the one person who knew the road as well as I did. We'd talked the night before, her voice calm and steady over the crackling line, unaware of the growing storm inside me. I could hear the worry lurking beneath her words, the way she tried to hide it. I put the phone away. Instead, I started jotting down notes, dates, times, locations, all the way stations I'd passed lately that had been closed but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks, faint engine noises, shadows where there shouldn't have been any. I'd never been the type to keep a journal, but this felt important. Necessary. As I wrote, the hairs on my neck stood up. A soft sound, like a twig snapping, caught my attention. I looked up, scanning the trees edging the lot. Nothing. Just a crow cawing somewhere behind the diner, wings beating against the dim light that cast long, dancing shadow-seeming sky. Still, my fingers gripped the pen tighter. Back on the road, hours later, I stopped at another way station, one on the edge of Kansas that had been closed for years according to the DOT website. The gate was rusted shut, paint peeling from the metal, but the dirt beside the entrance bore new tracks, deep and wide. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel, and the smell hit me before anything else, a faint, acrid scent, like burnt rubber mixed with something sour. Sweat. Oil? I couldn't place it. I circled the building, eyes darting into every shadow. The windows were grimy, cracked in places, and one was shattered near the bottom. I peered inside, but the darkness swallowed any details. Then the faintest shift caught my eye, a movement just beyond the corner of the building, a shadow slipping behind a stack of old pallets. I froze, heart pounding, breath shallow. Hello? I called, voice low but steady, trying to sound casual. The silence that answered was suffocating. I wanted to believe it was just a stray animal or some vagrant seeking shelter, but the unease twisted tighter. I backed away slowly, senses on fire. The engine noise I'd heard before echoed faintly in the distance, low and deliberate, like a heartbeat. Not mechanical, not quite. Something human, something breathing. When I got back to my truck, I found a scrap of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. My fingers closed around it, numb and hesitant. The paper was yellowed, torn at the edges, and scrawled with a single word, Stop. I stared at it, the letters swimming before my eyes. Part of me wanted to rip it up, throw it into the wind and forget all this nonsense. Another part wanted to scream. I stuffed it into my jacket pocket and slammed the door shut, the lock clicking with a finality that didn't settle anything. That night, parked on the shoulder of a quiet stretch near the Nebraska border, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were on me. The radio crackled with static, the distant hum of trucks passing by, but beneath it all was something else. Something waiting. The fridge buzzed in the background, the only sign of life in the silent cab. I stared out the window, the darkness pressing close, and I knew this wasn't about some random prank or a coincidence. Whoever or whatever was behind this had plans. And I was right in the middle of them. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and sudden. Then silence. Complete silence. I reached for the paper in my pocket and stared at the word again. Stop. But I couldn't. Not now. Not yet. Because whatever was out there, watching from the shadows, it had already marked me. And the road was no longer a path to freedom. It was a trap. The night held its breath, the cold pressing in through the thin glass of my windshield. I sat frozen in the cab, the fridge's soft hum now a steady drone, like a heartbeat syncing with my own. Somewhere out there, just beyond the reach of the headlights, something or someone waited. The last dog's bark still echoed faintly, then vanished into a void so complete it felt unnatural. I'd spent the better part of this route noticing the same pattern, way stations closed, but with fresh tire marks and the faint, almost mechanical hum of engines idling inside. No trucks in sight, no signs of life except that sound. At first, I thought maybe maintenance crews worked nights, but the stations never opened, not even for a second. Something was off. And now, with that note shoved in my pocket, the pieces were aligning into a picture I didn't want to see. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, loud in the silence, but I didn't move. I kept my eyes on the station's darkened windows, or rather, where the windows should have been. Instead, there was a thick, oily blackness. I tried to peer inside, but the shadows swallowed everything. That's when I heard it, the faintest whisper of movement just behind the building. A soft scrape, like shoes on gravel. My breath caught. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray cat. I know how that sounds, but the highway had taught me to trust my instincts. This wasn't normal. I grabbed my flashlight, the one I never left the cab without. The beam cut through the dark, sharp and thin, revealing nothing but the cracked asphalt and the rusted fence posts lining the lot. I stepped out, the chill biting through my jacket, and the truck's door creaked shut behind me. The smell hit me first, a mix of diesel, damp concrete, and something else, faint but unmistakably human. Sweat, maybe. Or fear. I moved cautiously toward the building, each step crunching on gravel and dead leaves. The silence was oppressive, even the night insects seemed to hold their breath. I circled the station, searching for any sign of life, a hidden door, a trick of the light. Nothing. No lights flickered. No movement. Then, a sound, a low, uneven breathing from the shadows near the back. I froze. My skin prickled. This was no animal. I slowly raised the flashlight and aimed it at the spot. Two eyes reflected back. They weren't gleaming or wild like a predator's, but dull, calculating. Human. A man stepped out, face half hidden in the darkness, his clothes blending with the night. His lips moved, but no words came. "Who's there?" I asked, voice rough, louder than I wanted. He didn't answer. Instead, a faint smile flickered, unsettling and tight. The kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. I took a step back, heart pounding so hard I feared it might burst through my ribs. "Look, I don't want trouble. Just passing through." He tilted his head like he was amused. Then, suddenly, he pointed toward the highway. "You're already here," he said, voice low and gravelly. "Doesn't mean you can leave." I blinked, confusion mixing with a growing pit of dread. "What do you mean?" He didn't reply. Instead, he turned and vanished into the shadows, swallowed whole by the night. I stood there, frozen, the flashlight beam trembling in my grip. The wait station behind me felt less like a building and more like a cage closing in. Back in the truck, I locked the doors and sat with my back against the seat, staring out into the dark. The radio crackled again, static filling the silence like a secret code I couldn't decipher. I pulled out the paper. Stop. The word burned in my mind. I thought about turning back, about calling it quits, but the road had already swallowed my choices. Somewhere between the tire marks and the whispers in the dark, I'd crossed a line. The next morning came too quickly. The sun was weak, a pale smear behind the clouds, but the highway was no less threatening. The wait station was still closed, still empty, or so it seemed. I noticed fresh tire marks again, newer than last night's, leading off the lot and back to the road. I was running out of options. Every way station I passed had the same signs: closed doors, fresh tracks, the faint hum of engines, and always that feeling of being watched. I couldn't tell if they were waiting for me or if I'd stumbled onto something bigger. I stopped at a diner a few miles down the road, hoping for a break in the tension. The smell of coffee and frying bacon was a shock after the sterile cold of the highway. The waitress was friendly but distracted, eyes flicking to the door as if expecting someone or something. I ordered a black coffee and sat by the window, the truck still visible in the parking lot. The waitress came back, sliding a plate in front of me, and muttered, "You're not the first one to ask about those stations." I looked up. "What do you mean?" She leaned in, voice low. "Trucks go missing around here. Guys who stop at those way stations and never come back the same. Some don't come back at all." The words hit me like a blow to the ribs. I wanted to ask more, but she was already turning away, her face tight with worry. I knew then that whatever was behind those way stations wasn't just a game or some roadside prank. It was a trap. A slow, careful snare designed to pull drivers like me off the road and into whatever lay hidden in the shadows. I finished my coffee, hands trembling slightly, and stepped outside. The sky was turning gray, the wind picking up and carrying the distant sound of a siren, maybe a truck breaking down, or something else entirely. I climbed back into the cab, started the engine, and pulled onto the highway. The road stretched ahead, empty but for the ghosts of tire marks that vanished into the horizon. Turning back wasn't an option. Not anymore. Because now, I was part of it. And whatever was watching from the dark wasn't going to let me go. The engine's hum felt heavier, like it was dragging the weight of my own thoughts down the highway. I replayed her words over and over. Some don't come back at all. That unsettled knot in my gut tightened. I knew it wasn't paranoia. Not anymore. Out here, you learn to trust your gut. And mine was screaming a warning. I pulled off the highway at the next exit, a place I'd passed a dozen times but never stopped. The old way station sat dead to the world, the gates rusted shut, the buildings sagging under years of neglect. But fresh tire tracks cut through the dust like scars. I could almost hear the faint drone of engines humming inside, just like before. I killed the engine and stepped out. The cold hit me like a slap, wind slicing through the thin jacket I'd grabbed in a rush that morning. The air smelled of oil and wet asphalt, mixed with something else. Something I couldn't place. It clung to the back of my throat, like stale smoke from a fire long gone but not forgotten. I walked toward the way station, boots crunching on gravel. The place was a skeleton of its former self, broken windows, peeling paint, a flickering fluorescent light struggling to stay alive above the entrance. I paused, listening. Silence. Complete silence. Then a shift. A shadow moved just beyond the doorway. I froze, breath catching in my chest. I wanted to tell myself it was a trick of the light, a trick of exhaustion, but no. Something was watching me. Always watching. Hello? My voice cracked like dry wood, too loud in the quiet. No answer. Nothing but that odd, electric tension in the air. I circled the building slowly, trying to spot the watcher, but the shadows clung to every corner. I caught a flash of movement near the back, quick and deliberate. My heart thudded hard, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill. That's when I heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping. Not random. Rhythmic. Like a code. My skin prickled. I reached the side door, its edges warped and swollen with moisture. The tapping stopped. I pressed my ear against the cold metal. Nothing but the faintest hum of distant traffic. I wanted to back away, to climb back into the cab and drive until the sun rose, but a stubborn part of me, maybe foolish, maybe desperate, wanted answers. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. Of course. I looked back toward the front. The flickering light had gone out. Darkness swallowed the doorway. I swallowed hard, fingers trembling as I reached for the handle. The door gave way with a groan, swinging open on rusted hinges. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and something metallic like old blood or grease. I squinted into the gloom. Just beyond the threshold, I saw a figure crouched in the shadows. Not moving. Watching. I stepped inside, boots echoing on cracked concrete. The figure didn't flinch. I swallowed again, the bitter taste of fear mixing with the stale air. Look, I don't want trouble, I said, voice low. Just want to know what's going on here. The figure shifted. A man. Mid-30s, lean, eyes sharp and cold. His clothes were worn but clean, like he'd been living rough but careful. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice calm, almost bored. These places are off limits for a reason. I nodded slowly, keeping my hands visible. I've been seeing the same thing. Closed way stations. Fresh tracks. Sounds. People disappearing. He laughed, a short, humorless sound. You're not the first. And you won't be the last. I felt a chill creep down my spine. Who are you? What is this? He stood, stepping into the light. His face was sharp, almost hawkish. We're the ones who make the rules out here. You think the highway is just a road? It's a game board. And those way stations? Traps. For those who don't play by the rules. I blinked. Rules? What rules? He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Never stop where you're not supposed to. Never ask questions that don't belong to you. And never trust the quiet. The words settled like stones in my gut. Why? I asked. Because, he said, stepping back into the shadows again, the road doesn't forgive mistakes. Not anymore. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. What do you want from me? He smiled, the darkness swallowing the rest of his face. To see if you're smart enough to survive. Then he was gone. Just like that. I stood there, breath shallow, the weight of that empty building pressing down on me. The tapping started again, soft, rhythmic. Like a heartbeat. Or a warning. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through broken windows like a chorus of lost souls. I backed out, slammed the door, and ran to the truck, hands shaking so badly I almost missed the handle. Inside, I locked the doors, started the engine, and pulled back onto the highway. Headlights cut through the fog rolling in thick and fast, swallowing the road behind me. I glanced in the mirror. A shadow moved in the distance, just at the edge of visibility. I couldn't tell if it was him, or something else. The radio crackled to life, static bursting into a voice. Truck 47, do you copy? Report your position. I froze. Who's that? I whispered. No answer. The voice came again, clearer. Truck 47. We see you. Don't stop. My hands clenched the wheel. My mouth went dry. Who are you? I said aloud, but the only response was the buzz of static. The road stretched ahead, endless and empty. But I knew better now. Nothing out here was empty. Not really. I was caught in something I didn't understand, a game I hadn't signed up for. And the rules were changing by the mile. I looked at the way station in the distance, swallowed by fog and shadow. It was awake again. Waiting. And I was running out of time. The fog didn't lift that night. The voice on the radio had stopped after that last warning, Truck 47. We see you. Don't stop. No sign of who was talking, no code, no follow-up. Just static now. I muted the radio, the crackle suddenly sharper in the quiet cab. The silence pressed in, heavier than the fog itself. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, but the way stations kept appearing in my mind, like ghosts with no bodies. Closed, always closed, yet alive somehow. Tire marks fresh as if someone just left, engines humming just beneath the surface. And the feeling that I was being watched not by some faceless, supernatural force, but by someone very real. Someone patient. Calculating. When dawn cracked, gray and bruised, I pulled into a rest stop. My hand shook as I climbed down from the cab, cold sweat slick on my skin despite the chill. I needed to clear my head, to think without the constant hum of diesel and the endless road. I found a bench near the restroom, its rough wood splintering under my fingers as I sat. Around me, the world was waking up slowly. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, a couple of trucks rumbled through the lot, engines grumbling low and steady. The smell of coffee drifted from a nearby cafe, sharp and bitter, and I closed my eyes, breathing it in. I replayed the last few days in my mind. Every time I stopped at one of those way stations, the same pattern emerged: silence, fresh tire marks, faint engine noise. And always that feeling of eyes lurking just beyond sight. No one ever came out to greet me, no official inspection, no questions asked. Why? Who were they waiting for? I knew the answer before I even wanted to admit it. It wasn't about trucks or regulations. It was about control. About fear. The kind of control that doesn't need tool, just patience and the knowledge that you can make someone doubt their own senses. I had been their mark. Their curiosity. Their prey. The thought twisted in my stomach, bitter and cold. I wasn't the first to notice. Maybe not even the first to disappear. The highway had secrets buried beneath the asphalt, and those way stations were the gates. I started asking around, carefully. At truck stops, diners, rest areas, the kind of places where drivers linger and stories slip out between bites and refills. Some of the older guys gave me sidelong looks, shadows flickering behind their eyes. They'd say things like, "You're poking at things better left alone," or "That stretch of road has teeth." One night, over a cup of lukewarm coffee and a greasy burger, a man named Jim leaned in close and whispered, "Those stations? They're not official. Not really. Just a front. Some kind of setup to keep folks scared, keep them moving, keep them quiet. You ain't the only one who's seen it, but you're the first to ask." I didn't press him for more. Curiosity had a way of digging graves, and I wasn't ready to get buried yet. Still, the feeling persisted, like invisible hands tightening around my throat every time I passed one of those way stations. I started altering my routes, avoiding the usual highways, taking back roads and less traveled stretches. It was slower, more exhausting, but I needed distance. Distance from the eyes, the silence, the trap. Months passed. The highway didn't change, but I did. I became more alert, more cautious. The easy camaraderie I once shared with other drivers cooled into wary nods and clipped hellos. Trust was a currency I couldn't afford anymore. One evening, I was parked at a quiet rest area, the sun dipping low and turning the sky a bruised purple. I sat on the hood of my truck, staring out at the empty road, a cigarette smoldering between my fingers. The smoke curled up, mingling with the cold air, sharp and fleeting. I thought about how much that night with the way station had changed me. How fear had sharpened the edges of my world until everything seemed a little darker, a little harder to trust. I missed the simplicity of the open road, the rhythm of the hum beneath my wheels, the comfort of knowing where I was. But some roads don't lead back. I flicked the cigarette away, watching it hiss as it hit the gravel. I realized then that the weight wasn't just in the trucks or the miles. It was in the silence left behind, the echo of those unseen watchers, the spaces between the words on the radio, the empty stations. And maybe that was the real horror. Not the trap itself, but the way it changed me. Made me question everything I thought I knew about the road, about safety, about myself. I wasn't just a driver anymore. I was someone who had stared into the dark and lived to tell the tale. Someone who couldn't unsee what I'd seen. The highway was still out there, endless and indifferent. But I'd learned to listen to its whispers, to read its shadows. I'd learned to watch my back. Sometimes, when the night is thick and the fog rolls in just right, I catch myself glancing at the horizon, half expecting to see those tire marks, hear that faint engine noise. But I don't stop anymore. Not for the way stations. Not for the shadows. Because some traps are meant to be left behind. And some roads are meant to be driven straight through. Story 3, Silent Watchers, Statues That Shift. The first thing I noticed was the shift in light. I stood there, in the center of the studio, my bare feet sinking slightly into the worn wooden floorboards. There was a chill that crept up my spine, the kind that isn't quite cold but not warm either, like the room itself was holding its breath. I glanced at the statues. They were meant to be still, frozen in time. The way I'd sculpted them, masses of clay and plaster, caught mid-motion, limbs outstretched or curled in quiet agony. I liked the way they broke the light and cast long, awkward shadows across the floor. But something was off. The tall figure near the back wall, the one with the cracked shoulder, was facing slightly more toward the door than I remembered. The small, crouching figure by the window had shifted just a fraction, its head tilted a little more to the right. I blinked and took a step closer. The floor creaked softly beneath me, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones oddly loud in the stillness. I circled the statues, trying to convince myself it was my imagination playing tricks. The last thing I wanted was to start doubting my own memory. Still, my hands trembled as I reached out, fingertips hovering just above the rough surface of the plaster. They hadn't been moved by anyone else, at least, not that I could tell. No footprints in the dust, no signs of forced entry at the studio door. The lock was still intact, the old brass handle cold and unworn. I'd been the only one here overnight. The day before had been like any other. I arrived late afternoon, carrying my bags of tools and leftover clay. The city outside was noisy as usual, cars honking, distant sirens, a dog barking somewhere off in the alley behind the building. I remember thinking how strange it was to feel so isolated in the middle of all that noise. The studio, nestled in this forgotten corner of the warehouse district, was my sanctuary and my prison, all at once. I liked it quiet, liked the solitude. But maybe too much. I sighed and moved toward the window, pressing my palm against the cold glass. Outside, the street was empty, the cracked pavement glowing faintly in the early morning sun. A faint breeze rattled the loose slats of the old shutters. I could smell the faint bitterness of rain on the horizon. I should have shrugged it off, told myself it was just a trick of the light or my tired brain scrambling to make sense of the shadows. But then I heard it. A faint scrape, like fingernails on plaster, coming from the wall behind me. My breath caught and I froze, eyes darting to the cracked plaster where the sound had originated. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I turned slowly, my fingers curling into fists. The wall looked exactly as it always did, a patchwork of peeling paint and cracked plaster, the uneven surface rough beneath my fingertips. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from inside the wall. That the silence itself was a presence. I know how that sounds. Paranoia. Maybe exhaustion. Maybe I'd been working too long without a break. But the sensation was so vivid I could almost taste it, a metallic tang at the back of my tongue, like blood. I tried to laugh it off. Get a grip, I muttered, rubbing my temples. The studio echoed back only with the low hum of the city waking up outside. By midday, I was pacing nervously, unable to focus on my work. The statues sat like silent witnesses, their poses somehow accusing. I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, subtle shifts that vanished when I looked directly. I told myself it was the light changing with the clouds or the way my brain was desperate for a break. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if someone had been inside the studio while I slept. But how? The door was locked. The windows, too high and barred. No sign of forced entry. The thought twisted inside me, a knot tightening with every passing hour. Later, I called the police myself. Not because I wanted to make a scene, but because I needed someone else to see what I was seeing or not seeing. When the officers arrived, a pair of polite, middle-aged men with calm voices and tired eyes, they looked around carefully. They checked every lock, every window, even the ceiling panels. No footprints. No signs of disturbance. Nothing. Maybe it's just a trick of the light, one of them suggested gently, as he ran a gloved hand along the edge of a statue. Maybe, I said, but my voice didn't sound convincing even to me. They left after about an hour, promising to keep an eye on the area. I locked the door behind them and sat down on my workbench, the rough wood biting into my palms. The statues loomed silently, their positions unchanged for now. But I knew they wouldn't stay still. Not really. That night, the studio felt colder. The shadows stretched longer, and the silence pressed in so tightly I thought I might lose my breath. I tried to sleep, but the walls seemed to whisper just beyond hearing, the faintest of scratches scratching in my nerves. At one point, I swore I heard a soft, deliberate tapping from inside the wall. I pressed my ear against the cracked plaster, heart hammering in my chest. Nothing. Yet I couldn't stop listening. I don't know what I'm afraid of exactly. Not yet. But I can't shake the feeling that someone is in there, watching me. Watching everything. And that the statues are keeping their own silent vigil, waiting for me to notice. I rubbed my eyes again and looked around the room, the statue's silent forms casting long, accusing shadows under the flickering fluorescent light. The studio was supposed to be my safe place. Instead, it was becoming a cage. Something was wrong. I just couldn't put my finger on what yet. The morning light was thin and gray when I woke, still tangled in the restless haze of the night. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. The bird figure, which had been turned slightly toward the corner yesterday, now faced me head-on. The woman with the draped cloth, who always seemed to hover just shy of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, was shifted too, her foot inches closer to the cracked plaster near the radiator. I squinted, trying to convince myself it was my imagination, the familiar trick of uneven shadows playing with my mind before sunrise. But no! I took a breath and moved closer, the rough concrete cold against my bare feet. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and something metallic, like old pennies pressed flat under a heel. I knelt beside the pedestal and touched the dust there. It felt undisturbed. No footprints. No scratches. Nothing out of place except for the statues themselves. I whispered to the empty room, "How is that possible?" The sound of my breath seemed loud, too loud. I glanced at the door, locking it instinctively, though no one had come in. Not in weeks. Not since I'd barred the world out. I pulled my coat tighter around me and headed out into the street, hoping the morning might bring some clarity. The air outside was sharper, the usual city noises muted beneath a low, steady fog. From a distance, a dog barked twice, harsh and sudden, then silence. I kept my hands shoved deep in my pockets, fingers brushing the cold metal of my phone. No messages. No calls. My eyes caught the flicker of a newsstand's cracked TV screen. The anchor's voice droned on about petty thefts in other neighborhoods, nothing close, nothing that could explain what was happening here. I wanted to ask someone, anyone, if they'd seen anything strange, but who? The landlord? The neighbors? I barely spoke to them, and none seemed inclined to ask after me. Still, I made my way to the police station. Part of me wanted to confess, to admit I was losing my grip. The other part was desperate for proof, something concrete to hold onto so the gnawing paranoia didn't swallow me whole. Detective Harris was waiting when I arrived, the same one who had taken my statement the day before. His dark eyes looked tired, like he'd been running on too little sleep and too much coffee. He glanced at the folder on his desk, then back up at me. "You called again?" His voice was low, cautious. "Yeah." I swallowed hard. "The statues. They've moved again. Overnight. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not imagining it." My hands trembled as I pushed the door open wider, stepping back into the studio. Harris followed reluctantly, his shoes clicking against the floor. The statues stood in their new positions, subtle but undeniable. He paced around them, eyebrows furrowed. "No signs of forced entry," he muttered. "No footprints inside except yours. No disturbances in dust or debris." I nodded, biting my lip. "Exactly. But I swear, someone's been here." He rubbed his chin, then looked at me straight on. "You've been isolating yourself. You live alone, right?" "Yeah. For years." "Any visitors recently? Friends? Family?" "No one." He looked back at the statues, then toward the cracked plaster near the radiator. "What about this wall? You mentioned hearing tapping?" I nodded. "Last night. Almost like someone inside." He crouched, running his fingers over the rough surface. "Doesn't seem hollow. No vents, no crawl spaces. Just solid plaster and brick." "Then how?" I whispered. How could anyone be in there? Harris shrugged, but his eyes didn't leave the wall. Maybe it's someone you know. Someone you let in. Maybe you just don't realize it. I shook my head, frustration rising like bile. No one. I haven't been around anyone. I don't even answer the door. He straightened, tapping a pen against the folder. Look, I'm not saying you're making this up. But we need evidence. Concrete stuff. Otherwise, there's not much we can do. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. What if it's not about break-ins? What if they're watching? Waiting? Harris gave me a long look. Then maybe it's time to get out of here for a bit. Clear your head. Easier said than done. I forced a smile. This place is all I have. He nodded slowly. Okay. But you call me if anything else happens. Anything at all. After he left, I stayed behind, pacing the studio like a caged animal. The statues seemed to watch me, their cold eyes accusing and unreadable. I reached out, touching the smooth marble of the tallest one, the one shaped like a man with his head bowed. The surface was ice cold against my skin, grounding me for a moment. Then I heard it. A faint tapping. Soft. Deliberate. From the wall near the radiator. I froze. The sound didn't come again. I pressed my ear against the plaster, heart hammering so hard it nearly burst through my ribs. Nothing. I stepped back, shaking my head. It's just the building settling, I told myself. Old pipes. Rats. I wanted to believe it. But I didn't. Later that afternoon, I returned with a friend, Maya, an architect with a keen eye for detail and a stubborn streak that matched my own. She was skeptical when I explained everything, her curly hair pulled back into a tight bun, glasses slipping down her nose. Statues moving? Like, physically? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Overnight. Without anyone touching them. She circled the room, measuring angles with the edge of her palm, squinting at the shadows. No drafts, no vibration strong enough to move stone. And these are heavy. I nodded. Exactly. I'm not crazy. Maybe. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. She crouched near the radiator, tapping the wall. No hollow spots here. No gaps. She stood up and looked around. You've been here alone all this time? I swallowed. Almost. I don't see anyone. Maya's expression softened. You sure you're okay? This place, it's isolating. I shrugged. I'm fine. Maybe not. But I'm here. You're not alone. Her words warmed the cold air a little. Still, the feeling of being watched clung to me like a second skin. That night, I sat by the window, the fog thick outside, swallowing the city whole. My phone buzzed a message from Maya. I'm coming over tomorrow. We'll figure this out. I stared at the screen, the thin blue light reflecting in the glass. The statues stood in the shadows behind me, silent and still. But in the corner of my eye, I thought I saw the woman with the draped cloth shift ever so slightly. I blinked. Nothing. The studio was supposed to be my sanctuary. Instead, it was becoming a trap. The fog hadn't lifted by dawn. Instead, it thickened, pressing against the glass like a shroud. I sat on the narrow window ledge, my fingers tracing the chipped paint, cold and rough under my skin. The studio smelled faintly of turpentine and stale coffee, the scent clinging to the cracked walls like a stubborn ghost. Outside, A distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence, and I shivered, though the heating was on full blast. I kept thinking about Maya's words, "You're not alone." But the silence around me was so complete, so suffocating, that I wanted to scream just to hear something human in return. The statues at the far end of the room stood motionless, or so I told myself. Yet every time I glanced their way, a subtle shift teased the corner of my vision. The woman draped in cloth, the one Maya had noticed, seemed to lean slightly forward, as if listening. It was impossible, of course. Marble and plaster don't move on their own. I forced myself up, pacing the cracked wood floor. The air felt thick, almost viscous. My breath came out in little puffs, though the room wasn't cold. I tried to steady it. There was no one here. No one could be. Yet the feeling of eyes unseen, unblinking, perched behind the walls was unbearable. I checked the phone again. No new messages from Maya, only the one sent hours ago. I debated calling her back, but the thought of someone else's voice pierced the bubble I'd wrapped around myself. Isolation was a double-edged item. It protected me, sure, but it also fed the paranoia gnawing at the edges of my mind. I returned to the radiator, tapping gently on the plaster. Still solid. No hollow spaces. Nothing to suggest a hidden presence. But if someone was here, where? The idea crept into me like a cold draft, the possibility that these shifts, the whispers in the corners of my vision, weren't mistakes or tricks of light, but signs of something far more real. Someone living inside this studio with me. I'd always joked about the old building's creaks and groans as if it were alive. Now, the jokes felt bitter. The walls weren't just old, they were hiding secrets. I sat back down at the work table, the surface cluttered with sketches and clay fragments. My hand shook as I picked up a pencil, trying to focus on the lines, but the graphite smudged under my fingers. The statues' positions had changed again overnight. The tall figure with the broken arm was now angled slightly toward the door. The smaller statue, once leaning against the wall, was now turned inward, facing the center of the room like a silent sentinel. I didn't move any of them. I swear I didn't. Someone else must have. But who? And why? The thought made my stomach twist. I thought of the police visit earlier that week. They'd been polite but distant, their eyes flicking over my explanations like they suspected I was either hiding something or losing my mind. Their thorough search turned up no evidence of an intruder. No forced entry. No footprints. Nothing but my solitary existence. Yet the shifts kept happening. And the watching. I pulled the curtains aside and peered down at the street below. Empty. No sign of life other than a stray newspaper skittering across the pavement. A bitter wind rattled a loose shutter somewhere nearby, a hollow knocking that echoed through the building's bones. It was then, in that sudden chill, that I realized something else. The studio wasn't just a space. It was a cage. And I'd locked the door from the inside. I thought about Maya's visit tomorrow, the promise of help, but doubts gnawed at me. Would she believe me? Or would I be the one who had finally cracked? I wanted to call her, to say, "Don't come." But I couldn't. I needed to know if this nightmare was real or a figment of my unraveling mind. My phone buzzed again. This time a number I didn't recognize. My hand hovered over the screen, heart hammering. I answered. "Hello?" A faint rustle, a voice almost swallowed by static. Then a whisper. "You're not alone." I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a dull thud, the screen cracking slightly. I scrambled to pick it up, hands trembling, but the line had gone dead. A cold sweat broke across my skin. Someone was here. watching, waiting. No longer a question. I was trapped, and it was too late to run. The room seemed to close in around me, shadows stretching like dark fingers across the peeling wallpaper. I pressed my back against the door, every nerve screaming for escape, but the silence was suffocating. My breath came in shallow bursts, each one louder than the last in the oppressive quiet. Then, from the corner, a soft creak, floorboards shifting beneath an unseen weight. I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was moving closer. I fumbled for the flashlight in my bag, the beam weak but enough to cut through the gloom. It landed on a figure crouched near the window, limbs drawn tight like a predator waiting to pounce. The eyes caught the light, glinting, unblinking. "Why are you here?" I whispered, voice cracking under the weight of fear. No answer, just a slow, deliberate smile that didn't reach those cold eyes. My mind raced, piecing together fragments of warnings I'd ignored, signs I dismissed. Now it was too late. The door behind me creaked again, and footsteps, soft, relentless, approached from the hallway. I was not alone. Not by a long shot. The figure didn't move. Not a twitch, not a blink. Just that slow, deliberate smile slicing through the dim light. The air between us thickened, stale and close, like the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay itself, was holding its breath. I could hear my own pulse hammering in my ears, louder than the distant drip of water somewhere beyond the cracked walls. My hands trembled, fingers curling around the flashlight, the beam flickering as I gripped it tighter. "Who are you?" I whispered again, hoping for some clue, some slip of humanity. The smile didn't fade. Instead, a faint rustle came from behind me. The hallway door creaked open wider, its old hinges groaning like a warning. Footsteps, soft but relentless, circled around the doorway. My back pressed harder against the door, the rough wood biting into my skin. The statues. Of course. My eyes darted to the corner where they stood, those silent, unnerving figures that had shifted overnight, that seemed to watch me with frozen faces. One had moved closer to the window, another was turned slightly away, as if trying to hide. Had they been repositioned by this presence? Or was it all in my head? I swallowed hard. "I don't want trouble," I said, voice barely more than a breath. "Please, just tell me what you want." Silence answered. The figure crouched lower, eyes still locked on mine, unblinking, unmoving but somehow alive in a way that made my skin crawl. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and old paint, nothing human, nothing warm. Then came the whisper. Not from the figure, but from inside the walls. A soft, almost inaudible murmur, words I couldn't make out, seeping through the cracks, winding around the pipes and wires embedded behind the peeling wallpaper. I pressed my ear to the cold surface, heart thudding too fast to count, and caught a single word, clear as a bell: "Leave." I jerked back. The figure's smile widened, impossibly slow, and the footsteps from the hallway drew nearer, circling now like a predator testing its prey. Panic clawed at my throat, thick and choking. I tried to move, to step back, but the door pressed against me like a wall. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, clattering to the floor, its beam swinging wildly. Darkness swallowed the room. "Stop." The voice was low, deliberate, spoken from the shadows beyond the open door. "You don't belong here." A cold sweat broke across my forehead. I choked on the words, trying to find my voice. I'm trying to understand. Please." The footsteps halted. The silence returned, heavier than before. "You probably think I'm imagining things." Then, the door slammed shut with a finality that echoed through the studio. I was alone. Or so I thought. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't pick up the flashlight. I crawled forward on my knees, groping at the cold floorboards until my fingers brushed the metal. I flicked it on, and the beam cut through the gloom again, landing on the statues clustered in the corner. They'd shifted again. Closer now. One even seemed to be facing me, its expression frozen in a grimace I swear wasn't there before. I forced myself to stand, each step uneven, the floor creaking beneath me. The walls whispered, the air thick with unseen eyes. I reached the main door and tried the handle. Locked. From the inside. No one else was here. Had to be. My thoughts spiraled. I wasn't going crazy. Not entirely. Someone was inside the walls. Someone watching. Waiting. I backed away, heart hammering, and the flashlight flickered again. The beam landed on the base of one statue, a small piece of folded paper tucked beneath its chipped foot. I grabbed it, hands trembling too much to read at first. The note was scrawled in jagged handwriting, "You see too much. Stop. Or disappear." A cold wind whispered through the broken window pane, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and decay. I wanted to scream, to run, but the walls closed in like a prison. Somewhere, a pipe groaned, then clattered, something heavy dragged across the floor above me. I was trapped. Hours passed in that suffocating silence. I sat against the wall, clutching the note, the flashlight my only lifeline. The statues loomed like sentinels, their shadows stretching across the floor, shifting with every flicker of light. I knew I couldn't stay. Not here. Not with this presence lurking, watching, waiting. I needed help. But who? The police had already been here, found no sign of break-in, no footprints, no forced locks. Just me, my isolation, and this growing madness. I tried the phone. Dead. No signal. The studio was cut off, surrounded by empty streets and dark alleys. I was alone. Then the whispers started again. Soft, curling around me like smoke. Not words this time, just breath, cold, deliberate. I traced the sound, following it to the far wall where the plaster cracked in a web of fractures. I pressed my palm to the rough surface, feeling the faint vibration of movement beneath. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice breaking. Silence. Then a faint thud. Something small, hard, tapping inside the wall. I stepped back, heart pounding against my ribs as if trying to escape. The room grew colder, the shadows deeper. I realized then that the statues weren't just shifting, they were being moved. Someone had to be moving them. From inside the walls, perhaps. The thought made my skin crawl. I had to confront this. I couldn't let the fear consume me, not yet. I grabbed the flashlight and a length of wire from my toolkit, the only thing close to a tool I could find. My fingers trembled as I tapped along the walls, listening for hollow spots, loose panels. One corner behind a tall statue felt different, cooler, with a faint draft. I pressed harder. A panel shifted slightly under my fingers. My breath hitched. Pulling it free revealed a narrow crawl space, dark and impossibly tight. I shone the flashlight inside. The air smelled stale, foul. Something moved, a shadow slipped back into darkness. I swallowed hard, heart threatening to burst. I knew I had to go in. I had to find whoever was doing this before it was too late. The crawl space smelled of mold and rust, the walls slick with moisture. I squeezed inside, the wire clutched tightly, flashlight beam wavering. The darkness seemed alive, pressing in on me from all sides. Then, from somewhere ahead, a low, rasping whisper, "Don't come any closer." I froze. The voice was close, just beyond the beam's reach. "Why are you doing this?" I called, voice shaking. No answer. Only the sound of shallow breathing, ragged and uneven. I took another step, then another, the space narrowing until I had to crawl on my stomach. A cold, unspoken silence settled over the house the moment I stepped inside. The air grew colder, the whispers louder. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the darkness, grabbing my ankle. I yelped, scrambling backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. The grip was rough, desperate. "Please," the voice begged, barely a whisper. "Help me." I blinked, heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The hand belonged to a man, gaunt and pale, eyes wild with fear and exhaustion. "Who are you?" I whispered, pulling him closer to the light. He swallowed, voice breaking. "I'm trapped here. They won't let me leave." The studio, the statues, the shifting, they were all part of this nightmare. Not ghosts. People. People hiding in the walls, living in the dark, driven mad by isolation and fear. I looked at him, the weight of it settling like a stone in my stomach. And then I knew the real horror wasn't the shadows or the silence. It was what we'd become, trapped in our own minds, prisoners of our own making. The statue shifted again, the floor creaked overhead, and somewhere outside, a dog barked. Sharp. Insistent. I had no idea what I'd stepped into. But there was no turning back now. The crawl space was a coffin of stale air and dark silence. My breath caught in my throat as I lay there, the beam from my flashlight cutting a narrow path through the black. The shadow had vanished, swallowed by the tight walls and the damp chill. I pressed forward, inch by inch, my fingers scraping against rough plaster and cold metal pipes. The sour stench of mold was sharp in my nose, and my skin prickled from the cold dampness that clung to the cramped space. I wanted to believe I'd imagined the voice, the rasping whisper that had warned me away. I wish I were making this up. But the shallow breathing, ragged and uneven, was real enough. It haunted the crawl space like a living thing. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears, the silence between each breath stretching longer than it should. I swallowed, the dry scrape against my throat a reminder that I'd been holding my breath. Then, from deeper within, a soft scrape. Something shifting, careful and deliberate. I froze, muscles tensed, every instinct screaming to retreat. But I didn't. I couldn't. "Please," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who are you?" No answer. Just that rasping breath, closer now, and the scrape again, as if something or someone was moving away from me, deeper into the darkness. I felt for the wire I'd brought, the one I thought might be a lifeline, something to grasp or follow. My fingers curled around it tightly. I pressed forward, crawling on my stomach, the walls closing in, the rough plaster scraping my arms. The light trembled, flickering against the damp walls before steadying. Minutes passed. Maybe more. Time lost meaning. Then I saw it, a faint glow ahead, a sliver of pale light seeping through a crack in the wall. Hope flared in my chest. I edged toward it, the stale, sour air growing thinner. The crack widened into a narrow doorway, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I slid out into a cramped, dimly lit room. The smell was worse here, rotting wood, damp earth, something metallic and sharp beneath it all. I shined my light around. The room was empty, save for a small cot, a battered metal box, and the faint, unmistakable outline of a figure huddled in the corner. "Hey," I said softly. "It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you." The figure stirred, a man, gaunt and pale, eyes wide in the flashlight's beam. His clothes were ragged, stained with dirt and something darker. His lips cracked as he whispered, You shouldn't be here. I hesitated, then sat back on my heels. How long have you been down here? Weeks, he said, voice barely audible. He broke off, glancing nervously toward the walls. They watch. A chill slid down my spine. Not ghosts. Not some supernatural force. People. Someone had been living in the walls of my studio, watching me. The statues shifting, the whispered threats, it was all human. Who? I pressed, swallowing hard. Who's watching you? He shook his head, eyes darting. Can't say. They said I'd disappear if I told. I'm sorry. The weight of that silence was heavier than any answer. Back in the main studio, I called the police again. This time, they didn't just search the surface. They tore through the walls, pried open hidden crawl spaces, uncovered a network of tiny tunnels and rooms carved into the plaster and wood. The man was taken into protective custody, silent and shaken, but alive. No signs of forced entry anywhere. No fingerprints. No footprints beyond the faint traces where he'd lived. It was as if he'd been swallowed by the very walls. The police couldn't explain it. Neither could I. The artist's isolation, the paranoia, it had been real, grounded in something terrifyingly tangible. Someone had been watching, moving statues, whispering threats from the shadows. And yet, that someone had never been caught. Weeks passed. The studio felt different now. The air was clearer but heavier, as if the walls themselves remembered. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched not by ghosts, but by the lingering presence of fear, of secrets buried just beneath the surface. I stopped working on the statues. The hands that once sculpted with certainty trembled too much. I kept the lights on at night, but the shadows never fully left. Sometimes, when the silence stretched too long, I thought I heard the scrape of footsteps, the faint whisper of breath. But when I turned, there was nothing. Just the cold plaster and the statues, frozen in their impossible stillness. I learned something vital in those days, that isolation can breed monsters not of flesh and blood, but of fear and silence. That paranoia is a shadow cast long and dark by the things we refuse to see. And maybe that was the worst part, knowing someone had watched me, lived in the walls, and vanished without a trace. Knowing they might still be out there, listening. But I was done hiding. Done living in the half-light of suspicion. I sold the studio, left the city, and moved somewhere the walls were thick and solid, where the echoes of whispered threats couldn't follow. Still, sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I catch myself turning toward a sound, expecting to see a shadow flicker just beyond the corner of my eye. And I wonder if the walls ever forget. Story 4, Phantom Profile, when your online self acts alone. The first time it happened, I was sitting at my kitchen table, sipping lukewarm coffee and scrolling through my phone, the dim morning light just creeping over the edge of the blinds. I just finished reading an article about some new app updates when I noticed a notification blinking on my screen. It wasn't from a friend or a news outlet. No, this was something different, a message posted on my own social media profile. The words were simple enough, can anyone recommend a good brand of coffee? But I definitely hadn't typed it. My fingers hovered over the phone, a strange flutter in my stomach. I tapped the notification, expecting to find some glitch or maybe a weird, hack message. But no! There it was, plain as day, on my timeline. A post from me. Except, I hadn't posted it. I put the phone down slowly, the screen's glow dimming as it locked itself. The kitchen felt colder than before, or maybe it was just the slight draft sneaking through the window frame. I glanced around, half expecting someone to be standing behind me, watching. Of course, the apartment was empty except for the usual clutter, an overgrown pothos plant sagging in its pot, a stack of unopened mail, the faint scent of something burnt from the toaster. Nothing out of place. Nothing that could explain this. I shook my head and laughed quietly to myself. Great, I muttered, now my phone's possessed. The joke felt hollow. I picked up the phone again, scrolling through my feed, checking the timestamps. The post had appeared just minutes before I noticed it. No likes, no comments. Just a question about coffee brands. Nothing dangerous. Yet. I tried to delete it, but the option wasn't there. My fingers tapped faster, irritation creeping in. Then, as if mocking me, another notification popped up, an email confirmation for a purchase I hadn't made. A set of wireless earbuds. The price was small but annoying, $35 from an online retailer I'd never visited. I stared at the screen, mouth dry. I could almost taste the metallic tang of surprise at the back of my throat. My hands trembled slightly as I fumbled to call customer service. The recorded voice was robotic but polite. We're sorry for any inconvenience. If you did not authorize this purchase, please press 0 to speak with a representative. I pressed 0, waiting, the hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. The line clicked, and a calm, scripted voice came on. Thank you for contacting Silvercart. Can I have your order number, please? I repeated the number from the email, trying to keep my voice steady. The representative confirmed the cancellation and assured me they would investigate. But even as the call ended, a cold knot settled in my stomach. Someone or something was using my identity without my permission. I double-checked all my accounts, changing passwords and scanning for malware. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No unfamiliar devices logged in. No security alerts beyond my own frantic attempts to regain control. Still, the feeling lingered, a scratch beneath my skin, a whisper of something slipping through the cracks I thought I'd sealed tight. Later that afternoon, the sun had moved behind a cluster of gray clouds, casting a muted light over the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I sat on the couch, the fabric rough against my jeans, scrolling through my notifications again. There it was, another post, this time a link to an article about urban gardening. I didn't remember posting that either. But the writing style, casual, inquisitive, a little off-kilter, matched mine well enough to be convincing. I leaned back, the leather couch creaking under my weight, and rubbed my temples. Was I losing track? Sleep deprivation? Stress? The thought made a bitter taste rise in my mouth. No! I'd been careful, precise. My digital life was a fortress of curated images and carefully chosen words. I liked it that way. Control was everything. Yet, here was proof that control was slipping through my fingers. The apartment grew colder as evening fell. The walls, usually a neutral beige, seemed to close in with a quiet urgency. The low hum of the city outside was muffled by the thick glass windows, and the faint smell of wet asphalt seeped in. I lit a candle, hoping the flickering flame would cut through the creeping unease. The wax smelled like vanilla and something earthy, grounding me for a moment. I tried to call a friend, my voice tentative. Hey, it's probably nothing, but did you see anything weird on my profile today? Like, posts I didn't make? There was a pause on the other end. Nope. Nothing. Maybe your account got hacked. Yeah. Maybe, I agreed, but the words felt hollow. After the call, I stared at the phone again. If someone had access, what else could they do? Could they watch me? Know my routines? I imagined a stranger, sitting somewhere far away, typing out messages as if they were me, buying things I never wanted, shaping my image without my consent. The thought made my throat tighten. That night, I set the phone on the kitchen counter and left it face down. I didn't want to look at it. Not yet. Outside, the rain started up again, a steady drizzle pattering against the window pane. The sound was oddly soothing, but sleep refused to come. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, felt amplified in the quiet. I lay in bed, the sheets scratchy against my skin, and stared at the ceiling. A slow, sinking feeling settled in my chest, like I was losing something essential. Something I didn't yet understand. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out what it was. The next morning, sunlight sliced weakly through the blinds, casting narrow stripes across the floor. Finally, I rolled out of bed. The floor was cold under my bare feet, the rough texture of the rug scratching the soles as I shuffled toward the kitchen. I needed coffee, something strong. The kitchen was quiet except for the soft gurgle of the coffee maker. I stared at the phone on the counter, the screen cracked at the corner from an old drop. It felt alien, like a piece of someone else's life, not mine. I picked it up and unlocked it, fingers trembling. The notifications were piling up, messages, alerts from apps I barely used, and a few unfamiliar ones I didn't recognize at all. There it was again, a message I never typed, sent from my profile to someone I barely knew, asking questions I wouldn't dare ask. The words crawled across the screen like an intruder's signature. I swallowed hard and called Lisa. She answered after a few rings, her voice still croaky. "Morning. You okay?" she asked, the concern slipping through even the haze of her sleep. "Not really," I admitted, trying to keep my voice steady. "Something's wrong with my account. It's like someone else is controlling it. They're sending messages, buying stuff. Things I never approved." There was a pause. "Did you change your password?" "Yeah. Twice. And I got alerts about logins from strange locations last night. But the weirdest part? The messages feel personal. Like whoever's doing this knows more than they should." Lisa sighed. "That's creepy. You want me to come over? We can look at it together." I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Maybe. I don't want to be alone with this." The call ended, but the silence that followed was heavier. I felt exposed, like the walls of my apartment were closing in. I kept scanning my phone, trying to piece together what had changed, what had been taken. A list of purchases. A message to my boss, suggesting I take a sudden trip next week. An email to my landlord about a noise complaint in my building, none of which I had any memory of sending. I started jotting everything down, a messy list of anomalies. Then I noticed something else, the delivery addresses on those purchases. My work address. My friend's place across town. Not my apartment. Someone was moving my digital self through spaces I didn't occupy. The thought made my skin crawl. Later, Lisa showed up, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, carrying her laptop and a thermos of coffee. Her presence was a small comfort. She settled on the couch, flipping open the laptop with a click. "Okay," she said, "let's see what's going on here." We spent hours clicking through settings, scanning for malware, checking login histories. Each discovery made the picture clearer and more disturbing. Someone had gained access to my accounts not just through hacking, but through careful manipulation using my contacts, my routines, even my language. It was like watching my personality being reshaped by an invisible hand. What if it's someone I know? I whispered at one point, the idea too close to home to ignore. Lisa frowned. Could be. Someone who wants to mess with you, or worse, take over. The thought twisted in my gut. Who would want that? And why? As the afternoon light faded, a new message popped up on my screen. This one was different. It wasn't automated or random. It was a direct question, typed in my voice but with an edge I didn't recognize. Why are you ignoring me? My hands trembled as I read the words. I stared at the screen, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay suddenly colder. It felt like someone was sitting just behind me, watching. I closed the laptop, but the feeling lingered. Later that evening, I walked outside, hoping the night air would clear my head. The street smelled of wet asphalt and distant frying oil from a late-night diner. The hum of cars and the scrape of tires on pavement echoed in the quiet. I tried to shake off the unease, but every shadow seemed to twist just a little wrong. At the corner, I spotted a figure standing under a flickering street lamp. Their face was obscured, but when they turned slightly, I caught a glimpse of a familiar profile, or maybe just a trick of the light. My breath caught. The figure melted into the dark as a car passed, headlights washing away the image. I hurried home, the uneven cobblestones pressing sharp under my shoes. Inside, I locked the door, the cold metal reassuring against my palm. I checked the windows, the locks secure. Still, the apartment felt less like a refuge and more like a cage. That night, I didn't sleep. My phone buzzed again, another message, another purchase. But this time, the items were different, not random gadgets or clothing, but things I recognized, things I'd been thinking about buying but never did. A book I'd glanced at in the store window last week, a ticket to a concert I'd planned to skip. The profile was learning me, anticipating me, predicting me, and acting before I could. I sat on the edge of the bed, the weight of it all pressing down. My digital self was no longer mine. It was evolving, becoming someone else. Someone who knew me better than I knew myself. And I was losing control. The phone buzzed again. I looked down at the screen. This time, the message was chillingly calm. Let's meet. You need to understand. I stared at the words, the room spinning slightly. Who was this stranger who had become me? And what did they want? I didn't know. But I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. The message sat on my screen like a weight I couldn't lift. Let's meet. You need to understand. It blinked, stubborn and unyielding, while the room around me shrank into shadows and silence. I wanted to delete it, block the number, do anything but acknowledge what it meant. But I knew better. That message wasn't just a taunt or an invitation, it was a line drawn in the sand. Crossing it would change everything. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but the truth was, I didn't have a choice anymore. The apartment felt colder than usual. I glanced at the peeling paint near the window, its rough, cracked texture catching the weak light from the street lamp outside. A distant dog barked, sharp and urgent, slicing through the quiet. The sound made my pulse jerk. I sat back on the bed, fingers trembling as I scrolled through the recent purchases and posts. Each one was a thread in a web I didn't want to be tangled in, but couldn't escape. The digital me was already somewhere else, someone else. I could almost hear the faint tick of the clock against the hum of the city, the relentless march of time I was losing. I thought about calling my friend Mark. He was the kind of guy who'd tell me to ignore it, to just unplug and forget the whole thing. But when I reached for my phone, the screen flashed again. Another message, this time a location pinned on a map, just a few blocks from here. The address was an old cafe I'd passed by 100 times but never entered. The name was unfamiliar. The message didn't say when, only where. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry. The apartment suddenly seemed smaller, the walls pressing in like they were listening. I wasn't sure if it was my pulse or the air moving faintly around me. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. Morning came without permission. I woke to the low light filtering through the blinds, the subtle scent of stale coffee lingering in the air. Sleep had slipped through my fingers somewhere in the night, replaced by a gnawing unease that settled deep in my chest. The phone lay face down on the nightstand, silent for once. I flipped it over, half expecting a flood of new notifications. Nothing. Just the usual clutter of emails and notifications, none of which I recognized, or maybe I did, but now they felt alien. I got up, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The apartment was quiet but for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional creak of the old building settling. I opened the window a crack, letting in the sharp, damp scent of early spring. It smelled like possibility, or maybe just more trouble waiting outside. I should have told someone. But who? I barely trusted myself. The thought of explaining everything, the messages, the purchases, the way my online self was acting like a puppet master, felt impossible. Mark would think I was losing it. My sister, even more so. So I kept it to myself, tucked away like a secret too dangerous to speak aloud. I spent the day pacing, trying to ignore the little notifications popping up on my phone. Each one was a reminder that I wasn't in control. I wanted to scream at it, to smash the screen, but my fingers hovered. There was a strange familiarity now, like my digital self was a shadow growing longer and darker in the corner of the room. I couldn't outrun it. By late afternoon, I gave in and looked up the cafe on the map again. It was called The Hollow, an odd name for a place I'd never heard of. I checked online reviews, mostly positive but vague, like people were avoiding specifics. One review mentioned a place where you can meet your other self. I shivered, brushing it off as some pretentious marketing slogan. Still, curiosity pulled me in a way that felt both thrilling and dangerous. I told myself I was just going to look. Just walk in, see if there was anyone there who might have answers. But as I approached the address, the city noise dimmed. The street was empty, save for the flickering neon sign above the door. The glass was fogged up, and inside, shadows shifted just beyond the cracked blinds. I hesitated. The air smelled faintly of burnt sugar and something metallic I couldn't place. My breath hitched. I wanted to turn around, but something deeper pushed me forward. Inside, the cafe was a strange mix of the familiar and the unsettling. The walls were lined with bookshelves, but many of the titles were torn or missing. The light was dim, casting long, soft shadows that seemed to crawl along the floor. A low murmur echoed from the back room, indecipherable but urgent. No one was behind the counter. I called out, my voice breaking the silence. The murmur stopped. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. I turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows. Not a stranger, exactly, but someone I wouldn't have recognized on the street. "You came," the voice said, calm but edged with something I couldn't name. "I wasn't sure you would." I blinked, trying to place the face. The man was older than me, maybe in his 40s, with sharp eyes that seemed to flicker with recognition and calculation all at once. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You don't know me," he said. "Not yet. But I know you. Better than you know yourself." That sentence hit me like an ice shard. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and sharp. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He stepped closer, the faint scent of tobacco and something musky filling the air. "I'm the one who's been steering your digital life. You think it's a glitch, a hack. But it's not." My hands clenched into fists. "Why? What do you want?" He shrugged, a slow, deliberate movement. "Control. Understanding. Freedom. You think you're the one in charge, but you're just a passenger. I'm the driver now." I felt the floor tilt beneath me, my mind scrambling to keep pace with the revelation. This wasn't a virus or a bot. It was a person, someone who had invaded the most private part of me, my identity, and was using it like a tool. My carefully curated life was a stage, and I was no longer the lead. Why me? I asked again, desperation creeping into my voice. Why my profile? Why my life? He smiled again, softer this time. Because you're perfect. Trust me, I was there. Easy to read, predictable enough to manipulate, but complicated enough to be interesting. You're the one who will finally understand what it means to lose control and maybe accept it. A cold sweat broke over me. I wanted to run, to escape, but the door behind me was gone. No exit. Just the dim light and the man who knew me better than I knew myself. I realized then that this wasn't just about a hacked profile anymore. It was about me. My life. My choices. Every click, every message, every purchase had been a step toward this moment, the point of no return. And there was no turning back. The room felt smaller. The dim light flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked plaster walls. I wasn't sure if it was the sweat on my brow or the chill in the air, but the skin on my arms prickled, crawling with something I couldn't name. The man, him, the stranger who'd slipped inside my life, stood across from me, calm, collected, like he'd rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. I swallowed, my mouth dry. You said you were there, I repeated, trying to catch his meaning. You followed me, watched me, learned me. But why? Why pick me? He shrugged, but not casually. His smile was thin, stretched tight over teeth that gleamed under the weak light. Because you're the kind of person who tries too hard. You hide behind your screens, your posts, your curated existence. I wanted to see what happens when the mask drops. When the person underneath can no longer pretend. I shifted on my feet, the uneven floor tilting beneath me like a ship caught in a storm. You're not just some hacker. You're something else. He took a step forward. The scent of cologne, sharp, almost medicinal, rolled into my nose. I fought the urge to flinch. I'm the consequence of your silence. The echo of every ignored alarm, every dismissed warning. I'm the part of you that's been locked away, waiting to break free. My hands trembled. I wanted to reach for my phone, to call someone, anyone, but it was nowhere to be found. The room was bare except for the two of us. No windows, no doors. Just that flickering light and the man who knew me better than I knew myself. Let me guess, I said, voice cracking. You want me to surrender? To let you take over? He laughed, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. Not yet. There's more to this than just control. I want you to understand what losing control really means. To feel it crawl beneath your skin, to taste the bitterness of helplessness. The words sank in, cold and heavy. My throat tightened. I tried to think anything to ground myself, but the room shifted again, the shadows dancing at the edges of my vision. You think I'm scared? I said, voice sharper than I intended. You think I'll just give up? He tilted his head, considering. Maybe. Or maybe you'll break first. That was the moment the silence shattered. A sharp, metallic click echoed somewhere behind him. I spun, heart hammering, searching for the source. Nothing. Just empty walls. Who's there? I called out, but the sound felt hollow. No answer. He watched me, amusement flickering across his face. You're so predictable. Always looking for threats you can see, rather than the ones inside your own mind. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breath. The flicker of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows grew erratic, sputtering like a dying pulse. I fought the rising panic clawing at my chest. Then, a voice, a soft, distorted whisper, slithered through the room. You think you're the one in control? You're just a page in my story. I jerked my head toward the sound, but no one was there. No one but him. Stop it, I said, voice low but firm. This isn't funny. He smiled again, this time with something almost like pity. Funny? No. Necessary. You need to see the truth. The world doesn't bend to your will. You bend to the world. The flickering light finally gave out, plunging us into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. My skin felt slick with sweat, even though the air was cold and still. My hands found the rough edge of a wall, fingers tracing the uneven plaster, grounding me. Why are you doing this? I demanded, voice echoing in the dark. What do you want from me? A pause. Then the soft sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching. I want you to remember, he said, voice barely above a whisper. To never forget who you really are beneath the mask. My breath caught. The footsteps stopped inches from me. I could feel his presence, a shadow pressing against the black. Suddenly, light burst back on, blinding and harsh. I shielded my eyes, heart racing. When I looked again, he was gone. Just like that. The door I thought missing swung open with a creak that felt like a scream. Outside, the hallway stretched into darkness. The smell of damp concrete and old paint filled my nose. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked sharply, breaking the silence. I stumbled forward, every nerve on fire. My phone buzzed in my pocket, vibrating, alive. I pulled it out, hands shaking. A new message glared at me from my locked screen. You're not alone. We're watching. I didn't recognize the sender. Cold dread wrapped around me like a second skin. The carefully built walls of my life were cracking, splintering under the weight of this invasion. Every step forward felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. I needed answers. But I wasn't sure I wanted them anymore. Outside the door behind me, the faint sound of footsteps echoed again, this time, many of them, slow and methodical. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stepped into the dark hallway, the message burning in my hand. No turning back. The hallway felt longer than before, as if the darkness had stretched itself to wrap around me tighter. I remembered the message glowing on my screen, you're not alone. We're watching. The certainty in those words, the cruel ease with which they invaded my life, it was impossible to shrug off. I forced my legs to move, one step, then another, inching toward the faint light spilling from a cracked door at the end of the hall. The smell of damp concrete mingled with something else now, a faint metallic scent, subtle but unmistakable. My skin prickled. When I pushed the door open, it revealed a small room cluttered with old filing cabinets and boxes piled haphazardly, dust dancing in the weak beam of my flashlight. I dropped my bag on the floor, knees weak, and fumbled with the controls to brighten the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. The beam caught something gleaming on top of a cabinet, a phone, cleverly hidden but not well enough. I picked it up, heart hammering. A second phone, its screen cracked, but alive. The wallpaper was a selfie, someone I didn't recognize, face half covered by a black hoodie. Messages flooded the screen, logs of conversations, screenshots of my social media accounts, lists of purchases made in my name. Each entry felt like an item twisting in my chest. I sat down on the cold tile, the phone heavy in my hand. Whoever was behind this had been watching me for months, maybe longer. They knew my routines, my friends, my secrets. And they were using me, not just my identity, but my life. The room seemed to close in, the air growing thick and stale. I wanted to scream, but my voice stuck in my throat. The silence pressed, and in that wait, I realized something. This wasn't just about control. It was a message. A warning. I looked through the messages again. One caught my eye. It was sent to my own account, but from an unknown user. Let go. You'll never be free. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste flooding my mouth. Was that true? Had I already lost control? Was this stranger inside me something I couldn't fight? A noise startled me, a faint creak from the hallway. Someone was coming back. I slipped the phone into my jacket pocket and stood, brushing dust from my jeans. The door cracked open, and a woman stepped inside. She was older than me, maybe in her 50s, with sharp eyes that reflected more fear than anger. You shouldn't be here, she said quietly, voice trembling. They're watching. Always watching. I know, I said, voice low. Who are they? She shook her head. I don't know. But I've been fighting them, trying to protect people like you. They don't want you to break free. They want you tangled in the web. I wanted to ask more, but the weight of exhaustion pressed down. My hands trembled, and I realized how little I'd eaten or slept. The woman's gaze softened. Come with me, she said. I'll show you something. Outside, the night was cold and still, the city lights distant and unwelcoming. We moved quickly, her hand steady on my arm, leading me through streets that felt unfamiliar despite their familiarity. We stopped in front of a nondescript building, the kind that blends into the background. Inside, the air was different, cleaner, quieter. A small group sat around a table, faces tired but determined. They introduced themselves as victims, survivors of whatever this was. Each had a story of a life hijacked by digital shadows, identities stolen and twisted. I listened, numb. Their pain was mine. Their fear, mine too. But there was something else, a flicker of hope, fragile but real. We fight back, a man said, voice steady. We reclaim what's ours. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat with them, learning, planning. The woman, her name was Mara, showed me how to track the threads, how to sever the connections that bound me to this unseen puppeteer. Days passed. I changed my passwords, yes, but more than that, I changed my habits. I stopped sharing everything online, stopped trusting the ease of digital convenience. I learned to be cautious, skeptical. I became a ghost in my own life, watching, waiting. Still, the messages came at odd hours, cryptic and chilling. You can't run. We own you. But I didn't answer. I didn't give them the satisfaction. One evening, I stood by my window, the city lights flickering below like distant stars. The air smelled faintly of rain, cool and fresh against my skin. I tasted the sharp tang of coffee on my tongue, the bitterness grounding me. I realized that the stranger who had taken over my profile, my purchases, my words, it wasn't some supernatural force. It was someone human. Someone who thrived on control, on fear. And maybe, just maybe, they weren't invincible. I wasn't the person I had been before this nightmare began. Parts of me had fractured, some lost forever. But I was still here. Still fighting. The digital ghost haunting me had changed me, yes. But I was learning to live with the echoes, to find strength in the silence they left behind. I don't know if I'll ever fully escape. Maybe I never will. But now, I'm watching them back. And that makes all the difference. The shadows feel less like chains and more like reminders that I survived. Story 5, The Forgotten Mine, Unearthing Appalachian Terrors. I had always thought the mountains were straightforward. The Appalachian trailhead I chose was tucked just off a narrow, twisting road I barely trusted to hold my rental car. It was a gray morning, the kind that feels like the air's holding its breath. Dampness clung to the leaves, and the scent of wet earth was sharp and clean in my nostrils. I liked that smell, the smell of things untouched and slow. I remember thinking how good it was to be alone, away from emails and the constant buzz of a city that never quite stopped talking. I started walking with my pack lighter than usual. No fancy gear, just the basics: water, a notebook, a couple of granola bars, and my phone, though I told myself not to rely on it. No signal up here, I figured, and that was fine. I needed to clear my head. The trail was quiet except for the occasional chirp of a cardinal or the faint rustle of squirrels scrambling through underbrush. My boots pressed against the soft dirt with a rhythm that felt almost meditative. About an hour in, the trail forked near a cluster of old oaks, their bark dark with moisture. I paused and pulled out a crumpled map from my pocket. The paper was soggy and faded, the ink smudged in places. I unfolded it carefully, trying to match the little red line to the path beneath my feet. I knew this section of the Appalachians had a history of mining mostly long abandoned, but the map only showed official trails. No tunnels or shafts marked. I shrugged and slipped the map back in. The right fork looked inviting, leading deeper into a narrow valley where a small creek whispered over smooth stones. I took it, following the sound. The forest seemed to close around me here. Trees leaned closer, their branches tangled like fingers, and the light dimmed under thick canopies of leaves. The air grew cooler and smelled faintly of rust and wet stone. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I noticed it like the forest was breathing something old. Something not quite right. I stopped for a break beside the creek, sitting on mossy rock slick with moisture. The water was cold and clear, and I cupped some up to drink. The taste was crisp, but there was a faint metallic tang that made me grimace. I scanned the area, curious. Nothing looked out of place, just the usual scatter of rocks and fallen branches. Still, I couldn't shake the odd feeling. After a while, I stood and continued, the path winding upward now. The ground beneath me grew uneven, the dirt mixing with loose gravel and patches of clay. I caught myself almost slipping once or twice, the muscles in my legs tightening with effort. The trees thinned out, giving way to a rocky slope dotted with scrub pine and wildflowers. That's when I saw it, an old wooden sign, half buried in moss, leaning against a boulder. The paint was peeling, but I could just make out the words, "Mine Entrance." My heart skipped. I hadn't expected to come across something like that, not on the public trail. The entrance was a dark hole, its edges crumbling and blackened, like a giant tooth pulled from the earth. I stared at it longer than I should have, my fingers brushing the rough wood. Something about it unsettled me, not the usual thrill of discovery but a quiet warning. I decided to keep my distance, sticking to the path, but I couldn't stop glancing back as I walked away. It wasn't until later, hours later, I think, that things started feeling off in a way I couldn't explain. I stopped for another rest near what should have been a familiar bend in the trail. The landscape was shifting. The creek I'd passed earlier was nowhere to be heard. The trees looked similar, yet the pattern of their branches was wrong, like a mirror cracked and rearranged. I frowned and pulled out my phone to check the GPS, only to find the signal was patchy, the map flickering in and out. I looked ahead and recognized a large granite outcrop that, according to my memory and the map, should have been behind me. My stomach twisted, a lazy, sinking feeling. Had I taken a wrong turn? But the trail markers were there, faded but still visible. I followed one, then another, circling back toward where I thought I started. A distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the quiet. I froze, listening. The sound didn't seem to come from anywhere I could pinpoint. Odd. The trail curved again, and I nearly tripped over a root that hadn't been there before. The moss on the trees had a strange, almost slick texture. I rubbed my hand over it, tasting the faint bitterness of decaying leaves on my tongue afterward. I muttered aloud, "Okay, this is weird." I don't know why I felt I had to say it out loud. Maybe to convince myself the world was still normal. I kept walking. At some point, the sky dimmed as clouds rolled in thicker, casting the forest into a dull twilight. The air grew colder and heavier, smelling faintly of damp stone and something else. Oil? Old wood smoke? I couldn't place it. My boots pressed into the earth, which felt less solid now, almost spongy beneath my feet. I stopped to test the ground, shifting my weight carefully, but it held. Then I noticed the trail markers again. The paint was newer here, brighter, but the symbols were wrong, twisted, like someone had scrawled over them in a rush. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shapes. They weren't the usual item or dots. More like jagged lines that led nowhere. My hands trembled slightly, whether from cold or something else, I couldn't say. I wanted to turn back but couldn't remember the way. Every path I took seemed to loop, or end abruptly against thick brush or steep cliffs. The rocks beneath my fingers sometimes felt unnaturally polished, as if worn smooth by unseen hands. The quiet was almost oppressive now. No birds, no squirrels, just the faint echo of dripping water somewhere distant, but the direction kept shifting. I sat on a fallen log, breathing hard. My throat was dry, and the taste of metal lingered on my tongue again. The weight of the forest pressed down on me, thick and unyielding. I tried to imagine a logical explanation. Maybe I was disoriented, maybe the old mining tunnels beneath the mountain were destabilizing the ground, causing subtle shifts. That would make sense. It had to. But a part of me didn't want to admit how unsettled I was. I pulled out my notebook and scribbled a quick note. Lost? No. Just confused. The words looked awkward and forced, like I was trying to talk myself down from a ledge I hadn't climbed yet. I heard a rustle behind me and whipped around. Nothing but shadows and branches. I told myself it was a deer or maybe just the wind. But the hairs on my neck prickled. I swallowed hard and stood. The trail stretched on, twisted and strange, a maze I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. The night stretched out around me like wet cloth, heavy, scentless, and suffocating. I stayed where I was on the fallen log, muscles tight, eyes darting into the shadows. The rustle earlier had been nothing, I told myself. Just the wind, or maybe some small animal brushing through the dry leaves. But the silence that followed wasn't natural. No crickets. No frogs. Nothing. Just the slow, steady drip of water somewhere, but I couldn't tell where. I pulled my jacket tighter around my shoulders as a cold breeze whispered through the trees. The metal taste lingered on my tongue again, sharper this time, like biting down on a penny. It made me want to spit, but I swallowed instead. I didn't want to admit how wrong all this felt. I flipped open my notebook and stared at the scribbled words. Lost? No. Just confused. The letters seemed flimsy under the weight of the forest's quiet. I tapped my pen against my knee and thought about what I'd seen earlier, the way the trail curved back on itself, the strange angles of the rocks, the moss that looked off, like it had grown sideways. I chalked it up to the old mining tunnels beneath the mountain, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I decided I needed to find a landmark. Something solid to hold onto, something real. The problem was, every landmark I passed seemed to change when I looked back. A tree that was twisted and knotted an hour ago looked straight and smooth now. A boulder that had been moss-covered was suddenly bare. I shook my head, trying to clear the confusion. Maybe the shadows were playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just tired. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I packed up my notebook, stuffed it into the side pocket of my backpack, and stood up. The ground beneath me felt springy, almost hollow. I took a careful step forward, then another. The forest floor gave a faint creak, like the groan of old wood settling. I stopped. The air smelled damp now, with that faint, sharp tang of metal again. Like rust. I reached out and brushed my hand against a tree trunk. The bark was wet, slick with sweat or rain, I couldn't tell. I wiped my palm on my pants and listened. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then nothing. I wanted to call back, but my voice caught in my throat. "Hello?" I whispered. No answer. I started walking, following a faint path that seemed to lead downhill. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, and the trees pressed in tighter here. I could hear the soft crunch of my boots on dry leaves, but otherwise, I was alone. Or so I thought. Then I heard it again, a rustle, sharper this time, closer. My heart quickened. I stopped and scanned the underbrush. Shadows moved just beyond the edge of my vision, shapes that didn't belong to any animal I'd ever seen. I blinked and looked again, but there was nothing. Maybe it was a trick of the light. I pulled out my phone to check the time. Battery was down to 15%. Not good. I needed to get out soon. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself. "Okay," I muttered, "just keep moving." The path led me to a small clearing. The moon was just a sliver in the cloudy sky, barely lighting the twisted shapes of the trees. At the edge of the clearing, I spotted something odd, a weathered wooden sign, half buried under a pile of leaves and dirt. I knelt down and brushed it off. The faded letters read, "Old Mine Entrance." My stomach tightened. I hadn't noticed any mine shafts earlier, but this looked like a genuine entrance framed with rotting timbers and rusted tracks disappearing into the dark. A thin mist curled from the mouth of the tunnel, smelling faintly of damp earth and something metallic. I felt a sudden chill run down my spine. The stories I'd heard about these mountains weren't just legends. People had disappeared here before. The ground could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. And those old tunnels? They were unstable, prone to collapse. I scanned the area, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. No one. Just the silence. The oppressive, unnatural silence. I crouched and picked up a small rock, weighing it in my hand. The instinct to throw it into the tunnel was strong, to hear the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of it bouncing off the walls, to confirm that something was down there. But I didn't. Instead, I set the rock down gently and stood back up. Something about this place felt deliberately misleading. The way the landscape shifted, the trails that looped back on themselves, the warped landmarks. I wasn't just lost. I was being trapped. I scanned the trees again, focusing on a narrow path leading away from the clearing, heading uphill. It looked faint, almost invisible, but it was there. I made my decision. I started moving uphill, the underbrush snagging at my pants, the air growing colder and thinner with each step. The sound of dripping water followed me, echoing off unseen rocks. My breath came out in quick, shallow puffs. Then I heard a voice low, almost a whisper, tarried on the wind. "Hey!" I froze. My pulse thumped in my ears. The voice was human. Maybe another hiker? Maybe someone who knew the area. I called back, my voice steady but cautious. "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Just a rustle of leaves. I kept walking, faster now, but careful not to stumble. The path twisted sharply, and I caught sight of a figure between two trees, tall, thin, motionless. My throat tightened. "Hey! I'm lost. Can you help me?" I called out again. The figure stepped forward into a patch of moonlight. It was a man, wearing a stained jacket and a weathered hat pulled low over his eyes. His face was pale, almost drawn, and his eyes glinted with something I couldn't quite place. "Lost, huh?" His voice was dry, almost amused. "You're not the first." I swallowed hard. "Do you know the way out?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Maybe not. The cold wind picked up, rustling the trees and carrying the scent of wet earth and rusted metal. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet again, a subtle tremor that made me stumble. "Listen," I said, trying to keep calm, "I don't want any trouble. I just want to get out." He took a step closer, the moonlight catching the sharp angles of his face. "No trouble," he said softly, "but you should be careful. This place, it doesn't like visitors." My hands trembled. Not with fear exactly, something else, something deeper. Confusion. Doubt. Was this man part of the reason the forest felt so wrong? Or just another lost soul? Before I could answer, he turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees. I stood there, heart hammering, unable to move. The dripping water echoed all around, but now it sounded closer, louder, like it was coming from beneath the ground. I glanced back at the mine entrance, the mist curling thicker now, almost alive. The forest seemed to close in tighter. And I realized, with a sinking certainty, that the maze wasn't just made of trees and rocks. It was made of people too. I had to find out why. He stepped closer, the moonlight sharpening the angles of his face, but it wasn't just the light that made his eyes glint, it was something that looked like calculation. Or maybe it was just boredom. I couldn't tell. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "No trouble," he said again, but this time it was quieter, almost like a warning. I forced myself to stand straighter, though my legs felt like jelly. "You said this place doesn't like visitors." "What do you mean?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. "It's not the forest itself," he said, voice low enough that I had to lean in to catch it, "it's what's underneath. The bones of an old mine, long forgotten by most." He gestured vaguely behind him. Tunnels running deep, shifting the ground, swallowing trails whole. You can walk in circles for hours without realizing it. Some people never come out. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. That explained the way the paths twisted back on themselves, the landmarks that warped like reflections in a cracked mirror. The ground hadn't just trembled earlier, it was alive, ever so subtly, and I was standing on a dying beast. I took a shaky breath. "So you know the way out?" He shrugged. "Maybe." His eyes flicked toward the thick shadows where the trees crowded close. "Maybe not. Depends on who's asking." He looked at me as if weighing a coin in his hand. I tried to steady my voice. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to get back to the trailhead. I've been hiking these mountains for years. I know the terrain, but this isn't right." He let out a dry laugh, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, scraping the cold night air like gravel underfoot. "You think this is about terrain? The ground shifts, yes, but that's just the beginning. The tunnels underneath, some folks have been using them. Not miners, not anymore. Others." The hairs on my neck prickled. "Others? What do you mean?" "People who don't want you wandering around," he said, voice dropping to a near whisper. "They've been here a long time. watching, waiting, making sure the forest keeps its secrets. I blinked, trying to process. You mean someone's living down there? Living? Maybe. Or hiding. He took a step back, the shadows swallowing him almost immediately. You're in a maze now, whether you like it or not. And once you're in, it's not easy to leave. The wind caught a loose branch, sending a sharp crack through the silence, and I realized how alone I really was. My pack felt heavier suddenly, the weight of uncertainty dragging me down. I looked at the man's fading silhouette. Why tell me this? He paused, as if debating whether to disappear or stay. Finally, he said, because you're already caught in it. You don't get to turn back. Not anymore. And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark like some part of the forest itself. I stood there, breath hitching, the weight of his words settling deep into my bones. The ground beneath me shifted again, softer this time, like the earth was breathing. Somewhere nearby, water dripped, steady, slow, rhythmic. The scent of wet stone and rusted metal grew stronger, mixing with the damp earth and pine needles. It was a smell that stuck in my throat, metallic and ancient. I tried to orient myself, but the trees looked different, their twisted trunks bending in unfamiliar ways. The moon was still high, but the light felt muted, like it was filtering through layers of fog I couldn't see. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin, and reached for my phone. No signal. Of course. The forest was quiet again, but not peaceful. Something in the stillness pressed down, heavy and watchful. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The forest floor was uneven, roots snagged my boots, and patches of moss felt spongy, almost unnatural. I realized with a sinking feeling that the ground wasn't just uneven, it was unstable. Then I noticed the faint outline of a rusted metal grate half buried in the dirt, hidden beneath a tangle of vines and leaves. The metal was corroded, but unmistakable, an entrance, or maybe an exit, to something below. My pulse quickened. This was the proof I needed. The tunnels were real, and I was standing on the edge of one. I crouched down, brushing away dirt and debris, revealing a warning sign faded almost beyond recognition. Danger, unstable ground, mining tunnels below. The letters were barely legible, but the message was clear enough. I backed away slowly, the air suddenly colder, thicker. The quiet was broken by a faint sound, a low, rhythmic thump coming from beneath the earth. Not far off. My heart hammered in my chest. That wasn't the forest settling, it was something else. Something alive. I looked around, searching for the source. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming twisted shapes against the night sky. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision. The scent of rust and damp stone grew stronger, almost suffocating. I swallowed hard and stood up, brushing my hands on my pants. There was no turning back now. The man's warning echoed in my mind. Once you're in, you don't get to leave. I started walking again, following what I hoped was the right path, but every step felt heavier, the forest closing in tighter. The trail looped curiously, the same gnarled oak appearing again and again. I stopped and turned, trying to pick out something familiar, but the landscape kept shifting, rearranging itself like a puzzle with missing pieces. Then, a voice cracked through the silence, a harsh whisper, barely audible. I froze, straining to listen. It came again, closer this time. Hey! I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but trees swaying in the wind. The whisper grew into a low murmur, fragmented words that didn't quite make sense. I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks. Lost, the voice breathed, sharper now. You don't belong here. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling. The night pressed in on me from all sides, thick and suffocating. Beneath the heavy sky, the forest whispered secrets I was never meant to hear. I wanted to call out, to ask for help, but my voice caught in my throat. The man's words rang in my ears, "You don't get to turn back." Ahead, where the trees thinned slightly, a faint glow flickered dim, like a lantern's light. Not far, but distant enough to make me hesitate. I stepped forward, then realized I couldn't tell if I was moving closer or if the light was moving away. The ground shifted again, a subtle tilt that made me stagger. I looked back. The path I'd come down was gone, swallowed by darkness and twisted roots. No trailhead. No rescue. No way out. Just the maze. And whatever or whoever was waiting inside it. The voice had stopped. Just like that, as if it had never been there. But the air stayed thick, heavy with something I couldn't name, like the dark had weight, pressing down on my shoulders. I wanted to run, to tear through the trees and find the edge of this nightmare, but my legs felt slow, like wading through mud. The gnarled oak stood a few feet ahead, twisted and familiar, its bark scarred and knotted like the map of some cruel labyrinth. I touched it, half hoping the rough texture would ground me, but the forest seemed to shudder beneath my fingers. I swallowed, my mouth dry as old dust. The warning from the man, his voice, gruff and low, circled back. "Once you're in, you don't get to leave." I'd laughed at that earlier, but now it stuck to my throat like a bitter pill. I glanced around, trying to spot anything that could be a landmark, but the trees shifted again, the branches curling like fingers. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped. A twig snapped behind me, sharp and sudden. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun, eyes wide, but all I saw was the blackness swallowing the undergrowth. A faint rustle, like fabric brushing against bark. Someone was there. Watching. Waiting. "Hello?" I called, my voice brittle. No answer. The forest stayed silent, except for the distant drip of water, steady, slow, like a heartbeat. I moved toward the sound, each step tentative, ears straining for anything more. The ground beneath was soft, damp from recent rain, and the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, but it felt miles away. The woods were closing in. Then I saw it, a faint glimmer, like a flickering candle behind the trees. I blinked. Was it a reflection? A flashlight? I didn't want to believe anyone else was here, but the idea made my throat tighten with relief and dread at once. I edged closer, careful to keep low, feeling the cold air seep through my jacket. The light led me to the mouth of a tunnel, half hidden by a curtain of vines and moss. The entrance yawned wide, black and deep, swallowing the faint glow. The smell hit me then, something metallic and stale, mixed with damp stone and rot. Old mining tunnels, I realized, the source of the ground's instability. The earth had been hollowed out beneath my feet, and this maze wasn't just natural, it was man-made, dangerous. I didn't want to go inside, but staying out here felt worse. The voice, the endless looping trail, the oppressive silence, it was like the forest itself conspired to keep me trapped. I hesitated, then pulled out my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing rough walls scarred by pick marks and rusted tracks disappearing into the black. A sudden sound echoed, footsteps. Not mine. Slow, deliberate, crunching over gravel. My breath caught. I pressed myself against the tunnel's edge, heart thundering. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, low and clipped. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard, forcing words past a lump in my throat. "I'm lost. I need to get out." The figure stepped forward, a man in a threadbare jacket, his face shadowed but eyes sharp and cold. He didn't smile. Nobody gets out. Not once you're deep enough. I shook my head, trying to steady my voice. I don't want trouble. I just want to find the trail. He laughed, dry and humorless. The trail's gone. Wasn't never real to begin with. His gaze flicked past me, down the tunnel, as if expecting something or someone. Who are you? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Just a local. Watch and dot. His eyes held mine, unblinking, and I felt an icy crawl along my spine. You don't know what's under these mountains. What crawls in the dark? I took a step back, the beam of my flashlight trembling. I don't want any trouble. Trouble finds you, he said, stepping closer. Especially when you're sniffing around where you don't belong. The air felt electric, thick with tension. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a jumble. The ground shifted slightly under my feet, softening like it might give way. The man's presence was oppressive, but the deeper darkness of the tunnel was worse. I realized then that the maze wasn't just disorienting because of the land, it was because of people like him. I needed to move. Now! Look, I said, voice firmer, I'm not here to cause problems. Maybe you can help me find a way out. He snorted. Help? Ain't no help in here but the kind that comes with a price. He took another step, and I could smell the sweat mixed with damp earth, a sharp, sour tang. My hands clenched into fists. I hated feeling this small, this vulnerable. I don't have anything to offer. He tilted his head, studying me. Then, almost casually, he said, maybe you got something on you after all. His hand flicked toward my backpack. My stomach tightened. I wasn't stupid. I could drop the pack, try to run, but the ground was treacherous. One wrong step and I'd be swallowed by the tunnels below. The man was blocking the only clear path. A sudden noise from behind, the snap of a branch, too deliberate to be random, made us both turn. Another figure emerged from the shadows, smaller, quicker. A woman, her eyes sharp as flint, face half hidden by a hood. She glanced between us, lips pressed tight. We shouldn't be here, she said, voice low but urgent. He's not the only one watching. The man grunted. She's right. We ain't alone. My heart lurched. I had thought the forest was empty, except for me and some ghosts of the past. But these two, whatever they were guarding, made it clear this place was alive with human threats. Not monsters, but something worse. Fear bubbled under my skin, but so did anger. I don't want to fight, I said quickly. I just want out. The woman's eyes softened for a moment, then hardened again. Out? There is no out. Not for you. Not now. The man's gaze didn't leave mine. You came looking for the truth about the tunnels. The cold was the first thing I noticed when I finally broke through the last clump of trees and saw the road. Not just cold, but sharp and biting, like the mountains themselves exhaled a breath of chill that sliced through my jacket. I sank down onto a fallen log, the rough bark digging into my palms as I tried to catch my breath. The forest behind me felt different now, quieter, as if it was holding its breath too. I stared at the cracked asphalt stretched before me, a thin ribbon cutting through the dense greenery. It was a state highway, but it looked deserted, no cars, no people, just the occasional flutter of dead leaves skittering across the pavement. The sky was bruised with clouds, low and heavy like they might spill rain at any moment. I rubbed my face with my hands, the dirt and sweat mixing into a gritty paste. My fingers trembled. It occurred to me then that I'd been wandering for nearly 3 days. 3 days lost in a disorienting tangle of old mining tunnels and warped trails that made me doubt my own memory. I didn't know if I was hallucinating or just exhausted, but the lines between reality and nightmare had blurred completely. Every path I took seemed to loop back on itself, every landmark twisted or vanished, and the ground beneath me shifted like it was breathing. The tunnels, they were collapsing, destabilizing the earth above, turning the forest into a maze with no exit. I had thought I was alone, until I heard the rustling. Movement. Just at the edge of my hearing. I froze and turned toward the sound. A man stepped out from behind a thick oak, his eyes shadowed under the brim of a worn cap. He wasn't tall, but there was something in the way he held himself, tense, watchful, like a predator waiting for the right moment. Lost? His voice was low, rough as gravel. There was no smile, no warmth. I nodded, swallowing hard. Yeah. I'm trying to get out. He studied me for a long second, then shrugged. You're not the first. Won't be the last. He gestured vaguely back into the trees. This place, it gets under your skin. Makes you see things. Hear things. I live nearby, watch over the old mines. His eyes flicked to the shadows behind me. You've been walking near the tunnels. Dangerous ground. I wanted to ask more, but my throat was dry and tight. Instead, I said, "Can you help me get out of here?" He hesitated, then nodded. Maybe. But you'll have to trust me. Trust was the scariest thing of all. I had been reckless, stubborn, and now I was paying for it. My hands still shook as I followed him down the road, the cold biting into my bones with every step. He introduced himself as Carter. His face was weathered, creased by years of sun and wind, but there was something steady in his gaze. As we walked, he talked quietly about the mines, how they were dug decades ago and left to rot, how the tunnels had collapsed in places, swallowing trees and trails, changing the land slowly but surely. It's like the mountains eating itself, he said, kicking a loose stone. And anyone who doesn't know the signs, who wanders in blind, gets caught up in it. He glanced at me, and I felt the weight of his meaning settle deep in my chest. I told him about the loops, the landmarks that shifted, the dizzying emptiness of the dark tunnels beneath the earth. He nodded as if he'd heard it all before. It plays tricks on your mind, he said. But it's not magic. It's just the mountain. His voice dropped. And the people who live around here have learned to respect it. We reached a small cabin set just off the road. It looked ancient, with peeling paint and a sagging porch, but smoke curled gently from the chimney. Carter unlocked the door and motioned me inside. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and dry herbs, faintly sweet and medicinal. He handed me a mug of something warm, tea. I guessed its bitterness sharp against my tongue. I sank into a rickety chair and let the warmth seep into my numb fingers. The cabin was cluttered but homey, with maps pinned to the walls and a lantern casting soft, flickering light. Why do you help me? I asked after a long silence. Carter shrugged again. Because no one should get stuck in the mountains maze alone. And because I know how it feels to lose your way. He told me he'd been a miner once, working those tunnels before the accident that shut them down. Then, after the mines closed, he stayed behind, drawn by some stubborn loyalty or guilt, he wasn't clear which. He watched over the area, warning hikers, keeping an eye on the land as it unraveled. His story felt real, painful. The kind of burden you carry quietly, like a scar hidden beneath your skin. We talked until the sky outside deepened from gray to navy. I shared my own story, the reasons I'd come to the mountains, what I'd hoped to find, and what I'd lost along the way. My voice cracked, but Carter listened without interrupting. There was no judgment, only a steady presence that made the silence between words feel safe. When it was time to leave, Carter handed me a folded map, marked with safe paths and warning signs. "Stick to these," he said, "and keep your head clear. The mountain's patient, but it doesn't forget." I nodded, folding the map carefully. The weight of it was grounding, a tether back to something solid and known. We stepped outside. The cold had deepened, stars prickling the dark sky like distant watchful eyes. The forest around us seemed less threatening now, more like a place that might, one day, forgive. I started down the road, the map in my pocket, the chill biting into my skin. The path ahead was still uncertain, but I felt something shift inside me, a quiet resolve, a fragile hope. The mountain wasn't just a maze of twisted trails and unstable ground. It was a place that demanded respect, patience, and humility. I had been reckless, yes, but now I was learning to listen. The road stretched on, straight and unwavering beneath the cold sky. I walked with careful steps, my breath steady, my senses alert. The mountain hadn't won, not entirely. Not yet. And maybe, just maybe, neither had I. Story 6, Midnight Shift Doppelgängers, Haunting Time Distortions. The night settled over the highway like a damp blanket, thick and close. I liked the graveyard shift for its quiet, mostly. No rush hour chaos, no kids clamoring for candy bars or regulars who knew everybody's name. Just me, a few aisles of snacks, and the occasional car rolling in with headlights slicing through the dark. The cold air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and oil, mixed with the mustiness you only get in buildings that age like this one, slow, stubborn, and a little sad. I stared out the window, watching the ribbon of highway stretch into nothing. A single dog barked somewhere, sharp and hollow, the sound swallowed quickly by the distance. The night was deepening, but the sky wasn't quite black yet, more bruised purple, as if it couldn't decide what time it wanted to be. I cracked open a soda from the fridge behind me, the can hissing like a whispered secret. The cold metal felt good in my palm, slick with condensation, and I took a long sip, tasting the faint sweetness and the bitter bite of carbonation. It was the kind of taste that made you feel awake and tired at once. I glanced at the clock. 2:17 a.m. The quiet hummed around me, almost like it was waiting for something to break. The first customer came just after 2:30, a man in a faded jacket, worn boots, hat pulled low. He moved slow, deliberate, like he was trying not to be noticed. I greeted him the way I usually did, with a nod and a soft evening. He grunted back, shuffled down an aisle, grabbed a pack of gum, and then paused. His eyes met mine with something flickering there, something I couldn't quite name. "You were here earlier, right?" he asked, voice low. I blinked. "No, first time tonight." He shook his head. "I swear I saw you stocking the shelves a couple hours ago. A little after midnight." I frowned, glanced at the shelves behind the counter. They looked the same as they always did when I started my shift. Must be someone else. He didn't press it. Paid, left. The bell over the door chimed faintly, swallowed by the stillness. I shrugged it off, but the moment lingered like a bruise. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was imagining things. The night had a way of twisting time, playing tricks on your mind. A few minutes later, I noticed the candy aisle. Something was off. A small row of chocolate bars was missing, gone entirely. I remembered checking the shelves earlier, and they'd been there. I'd sworn it. I reached out hesitantly, fingers brushing the edge of the empty space. The plastic wrapper felt like a faint echo in my memory, but I couldn't place it. I shook my head and tried to focus. The store was quiet again, but the air had changed. It was heavier, thicker, like the walls were listening. Another car pulled in. This time, a woman in her 40s, dressed in a long coat despite the mild night. She looked around nervously, as if expecting someone or something. "Did you see me come in earlier?" she asked abruptly, eyes scanning the room. I frowned. "No, ma'am. This is my first time seeing you tonight." She bit her lip, glanced toward the back of the store like she was uncertain if she should keep talking. "I don't remember much, but I think I left something here. And it's not where I put it." I nodded slowly. "Maybe someone took it by mistake?" She shook her head, voice dropping to a whisper. "No, I don't think so." There was a pause. The silence stretched, thick with something I couldn't place. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, the way a breeze brushes your skin when the air's still. The woman left, the door clicking shut behind her. I stood there a moment longer, hands pressed against the counter's cool surface, trying to steady the sudden tightness in my chest. I told myself it was nothing. Just a long night, a few tired minds crossing paths. I tried to remember if I'd taken any breaks, if I'd wandered the aisles and forgotten. But no! The memory was blank, like a missing frame in a film. I checked the shelves again. A can of soda was missing from the cooler this time. Simple, ordinary items disappearing without explanation. I looked around, half expecting to see someone sneaking off with a bag, but the store was empty except for me. The lights flickered more insistently, and the hum of the fridge grew louder, a low drone that filled my ears until I wished I could turn it off. I rubbed my temples. Maybe I was just overtired. But then the phone rang. It was the landline, the kind of shrill ring that echoes too loudly in a small room at night. I jumped, the cold plastic of the receiver unfamiliar in my hand. "Hello?" Silence. Then a voice, barely a whisper. "You don't remember." I froze, the words sinking into my chest like ice. I swallowed hard. "Who is this?" No answer. The line went dead. I set the phone down, fingers trembling just slightly. The store felt colder now, and the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch just a little farther. Outside, the highway remained still, the night swallowing everything whole. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if someone was playing a game I didn't understand. Either way, I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't alone out here. Not really. And whatever was happening, it was just beginning. The receiver slipped from my hand, the plastic clattering against the counter like a dropped coin in a well. Outside, a dog barked far off, sharp and lonely. The sound ricocheted through the stillness, twisting my thoughts. I rubbed my temples, the ache pulsing beneath my skin. Maybe I was cracking under the weight of too many hours, too much silence. But then I remembered the things I'd seen, things that didn't add up. The man buying a pack of gum who swore he'd been there just minutes ago, the candy bar that vanished from the shelf without explanation. I glanced around the cramped store. The fluorescent light overhead flickered again, making the shadows dance on the peeling plaster walls. I reached up, tapping the tube gently. A quick buzz, then steady light. Still, the room felt colder, the air heavier. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to shake the chill. I had to figure this out. If someone was messing with me, playing with time or memory, I needed proof. Solid evidence. Not the slipping moments or fading details that could be chalked up to exhaustion or stress. No. I needed something concrete. First step, inventory. I pulled the clipboard from beneath the counter, the stiff paper crackling as I flipped through it. I began to cross-reference the stock on the shelves with last night's numbers. The candy bars, chips, canned coffee. Everything had to match. If something didn't, that was my clue. The familiar scent of stale coffee and plastic cleaner filled the air. I opened the fridge door, the cold blast like a sudden gust of wind in a stuffy room. Rows of soda cans stared back at me, some slightly dented, others pristine. I noted the empty slot where a bottle should have been. I was sure I'd restocked it just last week. I wrote missing, orange soda, 1 bottle on the sheet. A bell tinkled from the door. My head snapped up, heart skipping a beat. "Hey," a voice said. Soft, hesitant. "You're working late again?" I blinked. A man stood by the entrance, wearing a hooded jacket pulled tight against the night. His face was shadowed, but his eyes caught the light, sharp, watching. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile that felt brittle. "All alone." He lifted a brow. "Must get lonely out here." I nodded. "You have a pump number?" He shook his head, stepping inside. "Just need something quick." His presence filled the space differently. Not threatening, exactly, but off. I couldn't place it. The way he scanned the shelves, then looked back at me, like waiting for a reaction. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Just a pack of smokes," he said, voice low. "And maybe a bottle of water." I grabbed the items, sliding them across the counter. My fingers brushed his as he took them. Cold. Unnatural. He hesitated. Then said, "You remember me?" "I was here last night. Told you about the accident." I blinked. "Accident?" He nodded. "There was a crash on the highway. You told me you'd call in the ambulance." I shook my head slowly. "I don't remember that." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You do. You just don't want to." I wanted to argue, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I forget something like that? I racked my brain. No flashes, no memories. Nothing. He turned, heading for the door. "Think about it. You don't want to forget." The bell chimed again, and he was gone. I stared after him, cold sweat prickling my neck. For the next hour, I paced the floor, replaying the conversation over and over. His words echoed, twisting inside my head. Was I losing time? Memory? Or was someone else controlling what I remembered? I checked the security camera footage, hoping to catch the man again. The grainy black and white screen flickered, showing the empty lot, the pumps, then the door sliding open. The man entered, brows furrowed, eyes sharp. He looked at the camera, almost like he knew it was there. Then, the footage skipped. A sudden jump in time erased a solid 10 minutes. I froze, fingers trembling over the remote. That wasn't right. The store felt smaller, suffocating. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, trying to steady the sudden rush of panic. I needed help. But I was alone. The phone rang again. Same shrill tone. My heart hammered as I picked it up. "Do you remember now?" the whisper said. I dropped the receiver. It bounced against the counter, the sound sharp and the quiet. No one was there. The night crept in deeper, darker. The hum of the fridge grew louder, almost deafening. My skin prickled with awareness. Something was closing in, tightening around me. I didn't know what or who, but I knew I wasn't imagining any of it. The missing items, the strange customers, the fractured memories. It was all connected, and I was the only one caught in the middle. Outside, headlights appeared on the highway, moving slow. Too slow. I watched them approach, the engine noise growing louder, the silhouette of a car cutting through the dark. The doorbell chimed. I didn't want to answer, but I had to, because whatever was happening wasn't going to stop. Not tonight. I took a deep breath, steeling myself as the door creaked open. A shadowed figure stepped inside, eyes gleaming with secrets I wasn't ready to face. The door settled with a slow, deliberate creak, and the figure slipped inside like a shadow stretching across the cracked linoleum floor. I couldn't tell if it was the same person from before or someone new. The dim overhead bulb flickered, casting the stranger's face in patches of light and dark. His eyes caught mine immediately, sharp, cold, and unsettlingly familiar, though I couldn't place why. I'm sorry to bother you, he said, voice low and calm, almost too measured, like someone who'd rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. But you need to stop trying to remember. Those words hit harder than I expected. Stop trying? It was the one thing I'd been clinging to. My hands clenched the edge of the counter, nails digging into the scratched wood beneath the plastic laminate. Who are you? I asked, my voice rough from hours of silence. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Let's just say I'm someone who knows what's really going on here. His gaze flicked toward the shelves, where the missing items should have been but weren't. You're not losing your mind. This isn't some trick of your brain. That was what terrified me the most, that maybe it wasn't me. That something, or someone, was manipulating everything. I swallowed hard. The air inside the station was stale, tinged with the faint chemical bite of spilled motor oil and the lingering sweetness of burnt coffee. Outside, the wind scraped against the building, rattling the single-pane windows like a warning. Why? I asked, voice shaking despite myself. Why me? What do you want? He took a step closer, the floor creaking under his weight. Because you're the only one who can see it unraveling. The memories, the missing items, their symptoms, signs of a bigger problem. And you're stuck in the middle. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I wanted to back away, but the counter was behind me. No escape. I was trapped in this tiny box of humming fluorescent light and dust. Stuck. I echoed, disbelief thick in my throat. Can I leave? I mean, I'm working the graveyard shift, sure, but this is a gas station. I can just walk out. His smile twisted into something almost cruel. You could, if the highway actually led anywhere tonight. He gestured vaguely toward the dark road beyond the glass doors. But the road's been blocked for hours. No one's coming or going. I pressed my palm flat on the counter, trying to steady myself. My fingers trembled like they'd forgotten their own strength. The thought of being completely cut off hit me like a punch. No phone signal, no customers, no help. Just me and whatever this was. Blocked how? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, as if the answer was obvious. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you're here. And you have to understand, turning back isn't an option anymore. A strange heat settled in my chest. Panic? Crazy, right? Resignation? I couldn't tell. My eyes darted around the room, landing on the empty shelf where the coffee cans had been earlier. The space looked like a wound, raw and open in the middle of the store. People have been coming in, I said slowly, claiming things I don't remember, asking about stuff I never stocked. You've seen it too, haven't you? He nodded. I've been watching. You're right. This place isn't just a gas station anymore. It's a loop. A trap. The word loop echoed in my head, strange and hollow. Like a record stuck on the same groove, spinning endlessly. I don't understand, I said, frustration bubbling up. Why me? Why here? Because you noticed, he said sharply. Most people don't. They come and go, forget what they saw, what they did. But you asked questions. You connected the dots. That makes you dangerous. Dangerous. That word felt heavy, like something was tightening around my throat. What happens if I don't stop? I asked. He leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. Then you'll disappear. Like the others. No one will remember you ever worked here. You'll become part of the void. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The fluorescent light above buzzed louder, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. The hum of the refrigerators behind me grew louder, a relentless drone that filled the silence between his words. The doorbell chimed again, sharp and insistent. I spun around. No one was there. See, he said softly. They come and go. But you stay. I glanced back at him. Who are they? The others you mentioned? He hesitated, then nodded. People who started asking questions, just like you. They tried to leave, tried to warn someone. But they vanished. No traces left. Like they were never here. My breath hitched. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, wrapping around me like fingers. The floor felt colder, the air, cold and heavy with silence heavier. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. Instead, I found myself sinking into the chair behind the counter, heart hammering so loud I thought it might burst. Why tell me all this? I asked, voice barely steady. Because you're the last chance, he said. His eyes held a strange mix of pity and something darker, maybe regret. If you give up now, the loop closes. You disappear. Forever. A long silence settled between us. The humming, the flickering light, the distant howl of a dog somewhere beyond the highway. The world outside felt unreal, like a bad dream trapped behind glass. I looked at the empty shelves again. At the missing coffee. At the receipt printer, silent and cold. And then I understood something awful. I was already part of the loop. There was no going back. The clock on the wall ticked past 3:17 a.m., but time didn't seem to matter anymore. I was tethered, caught in something I couldn't break free from. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, worn notebook. He slid it across the counter toward me. Read it. Learn what they didn't want you to know. My fingers closed around the notebook's rough cover. The pages felt brittle, the ink faded but legible. Names, dates, strange symbols scribbled in the margins. Notes about disappearance, about patterns, about the gas station itself. I flipped through it, the chill of realization sinking deep into my bones. This wasn't just a job. It was the beginning of something I couldn't escape. And whoever was behind this had been watching me all along. The doorbell chimed again, a slow, rhythmic ding that echoed like a heartbeat. I looked up. The man was gone. The gas station was empty. The loop was closing in. I was alone. The notebook felt heavier than it should have, like it was pulling me down into something dark and endless. I flipped through the brittle pages again, eyes racing over names, dates, and scribbled notes that made less and less sense the longer I stared. Patterns, they said. Patterns of disappearances. People who came here and then vanished without a trace. Some names looked familiar, but I couldn't place them. Or maybe I was fooling myself. The air inside the station had thickened, the stale scent of motor oil and old coffee pressing in around me. My hands trembled as I set the notebook down, the sound of the doorbell's chime slicing through the heavy quiet. That slow, rhythmic ding, the heartbeat of this place. I looked up. Nothing. Empty aisles, empty pumps. No cars, no people. Just the flickering light over the candy shelf casting uneven shadows. I stood, the floor creaking beneath my boots. I checked the pumps outside. No fuel, no footprints in the dust. Just the endless dark that pressed against the thin glass windows. My mind raced. Was I losing it? The notebook, the man, the promises of secrets, they all felt like a trap. But what choice did I have? I couldn't just pretend nothing was wrong anymore. The doorbell chimed again. This time faster. Urgent. I nearly jumped. I spun around to the counter, and there he was. The man from before. Or maybe someone else. The flickering light obscured his face, making him look like a shadow stitched together with fabric and smoke. Did you read it? His voice was low, almost a whisper, but every word hit me like a stone. I nodded, swallowing hard. I did. But I don't understand. What do you want from me? He stepped closer, the floorboards groaning under his weight. You're already part of it. You don't remember because it's easier that way. But you can't escape. Not now. I swallowed again, the dryness in my throat almost suffocating. What? What is it? What are you talking about? The man's eyes glinted in the flicker of the overhead light. Time. Memory. The gas station. It's all connected. He stopped, glanced over his shoulder like someone was watching. They've been watching you. Testing you. My hands clenched the edge of the counter. I felt like I was drowning in confusion. Who's watching? Who are they? He smiled, but it wasn't warm. That's the question, isn't it? But you don't get to know. Not yet. He reached out and tapped the notebook. This place, it's a trap. A loop. You're caught in it. Caught. The word echoed in my mind, a dark bell ringing in the void. I glanced at the clock again. 3:20 a.m. time didn't move forward here. It spun in circles. My breath came faster, shallow and ragged. I needed air. I pushed away from the counter and moved toward the door. Outside, the desert wind had picked up, scratching at the windows like 1,000 fingernails. I opened the door and stepped into the cold night. The silence was absolute. The stars hummed cold and distant overhead. But then, from behind the station, a sound. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Crunching gravel under heavy boots. I turned abruptly, but no one was there. Just the empty dirt road stretching into black nothingness. I tried to steady my breath, telling myself it was just the wind or an animal. But the footsteps came again, this time closer. Faster. Directly behind me. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. No one. The desert swallowed the sound. Back inside, the man was gone. The notebook lay open on the counter, pages fluttering gently in the breeze from the cracked door. I grabbed it, flipping back to a page I hadn't seen before. A crude drawing of the station, item looping around it like a maze. Underneath, a note in shaky handwriting, they come for the lost. They steal your time. But you can fight. Fight? Against what? Against whom? My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped the notebook. The overhead light flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness before sputtering back to life. The faint scent of something burnt, metallic and sharp, crept into the air. I coughed, the taste bitter on my tongue. I wasn't alone. I heard it then. A whisper. So soft I wasn't sure if it was real or just the edges of my mind fraying. It came from the shelves behind me. Leave. I spun around, heart in my throat. Just empty shelves, the chips and sodas neatly lined up as always. Who's there? Only silence answered. My pulse hammered in my ears. I forced myself to breathe, to think. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't sleepwalking. Something was wrong. Something terrible. The doorbell chimed again. Rapid this time, frantic. I approached cautiously, peering out the windows. Nothing but the empty lot and the black sky. Thin movement. A shadow slipped across the far corner of the lot, too quick to be a person, or maybe just my mind playing tricks. I squinted, trying to see. A figure stepped into the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows of the street lamp. A woman this time. Her face pale, eyes wide and unblinking, staring straight at me. I blinked, and she was gone. I sank back down behind the counter, the notebook clutched tightly in my hands. The words on the pages blurred as my vision swam. I didn't know what was real anymore. The gas station felt like a cage, the walls closing in. A clock ticking. A notebook full of warnings. Shadows that vanished and appeared like smoke. And me, trapped in the middle of it all. Suddenly, the phone on the counter rang. Sharp. Piercing. I jumped, nearly dropping the receiver. I hesitated, then picked it up. Hello? Static. Then a voice. Whispered. Familiar. But distant. You have to leave. Now. The line went dead. I stared at the receiver, my hands trembling uncontrollably. The gas station had never felt so cold. So alive. Outside, the wind howled like a warning. I didn't know if I was running towards something or away from it. But I knew one thing for certain, I couldn't stay. The loop was tightening. And whatever was out there watching, waiting, it wasn't done with me yet. I remember the cold more than anything. Not just the kind that seeps through clothes, but the kind that seems to nestle in your bones, heavy and persistent, like the gas station's old AC unit had given out completely, leaving the place to simmer in the damp chill of early spring nights. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, and I stood behind the counter, tracing the edge of the register with my fingertip. Outside, the world was a black smear punctuated by the occasional flicker of headlights passing on the highway. It was close to 3 a.m. when the first customer came in, a man I hadn't seen before. He looked tired, but not like he'd been driving long, more like someone who'd been waiting out the hours somewhere else and had finally decided to stop. His jacket was thick and dark, the collar pulled up against the cold. He didn't smile. Didn't say much, just shuffled to the snack aisle. I watched him for a moment, then called out, "Need help finding anything?" He glanced over, eyes sharp but tired. "Just a pack of gum. Spearmint, if you've got it." I nodded, reaching for the shelf. Hands steady. The gum was there, right where it was supposed to be. I handed it over. He paid, left, and the doors bell dinged behind him. No sign of the man after that. But when I went to check the shelf again, the pack was gone. Not in the trash, not in the lost and found behind the counter. Just gone. That was when the doubt started creeping in again. Was I imagining things? Or was someone messing with me? The gas station wasn't busy, never was at this hour. I was alone, always alone. The shelves didn't move themselves. Or did they? Earlier nights had been strange, too. Customers who remembered conversations I had no recollection of. Items that shifted places. The old woman who swore she'd spoken to me about her grandson's birthday just last week, though I'd only worked here 3 days. The boy who said I'd promised him a soda, even though the tape from the register showed no such transaction. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece it all together. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. But the longer I stood there, the more I felt like I was slipping through cracks in reality. Like the gas station was a trap, a loop I couldn't escape. I decided to check the security tapes again. The monitors flickered to life, grainy and dim, but clear enough. I fast-forwarded through the night, watching the same empty aisles, the same flicker of the neon sign outside. Suddenly, the man from earlier appeared, walking in slow, deliberate steps. He paused at the gum shelf, took the pack, paid, and left. But then, minutes later, the same man appeared again, retracing his steps as if he were replaying the night. That couldn't be. The tape showed 2 of him, walking the same route, buying the same thing. I leaned closer, heart pounding, the chill in the room deepening. I watched the replay again and again, each time feeling more disoriented. The phone rang suddenly, sharp and piercing in the quiet. I jumped. It was the first call since my shift started. "Hello?" I said, voice hoarse. No reply. Just breathing. Heavy, deliberate, close. I stared at the receiver, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. "Hello?" I repeated. Silence. Then the line went dead. I sat back, hands trembling slightly, trying to steady myself. I couldn't explain this. No one was supposed to be out here at this time, not except the occasional lonely traveler. And even then, no one called the station just to breathe into the phone. The rest of the shift crept by in a blur. The lights flickered more aggressively now, casting jittery shadows across the linoleum floor. The smell of stale coffee and burnt popcorn filled the air, heavier than before. I kept glancing toward the door, expecting someone or something to walk in. At one point, I noticed the clock had jumped forward by 15 minutes. No explanation. I'd been watching it the whole time. My watch, too, had fallen behind by several minutes. Time was slipping through my fingers like sand. I thought about quitting. About calling someone, anyone, to come get me. But my phone had no signal. No cell service out here. And the landline, well, that was a joke. Then, just as dawn was starting to creep over the horizon, the door opened again. This time, it wasn't a customer. It was a woman, maybe in her late 20s, her eyes wide and frantic. She wore a thin jacket even though it was still cold, her hair tangled like she'd been running. "Please," she said, voice shaking, "you have to help me." I blinked. "What?" She glanced over her shoulder like someone was chasing her. "They're out there. They've been following me for hours." I stared, my mind scrambling. "Who? Who's following you?" She swallowed hard, eyes darting. "I don't know. But they keep changing things. The road signs, the stores, even the gas station." I thought I was imagining it, but then I saw you. "I need to get out of here." The way she said it, so sure, so terrified, something clicked. I wasn't crazy. There was someone playing with us. Manipulating time, memory, the very fabric of this place. "Come inside," I said, moving around the counter. "Sit down. Tell me everything." She hesitated, then nodded, sinking onto a stool. Her hands trembled as she pulled a crumpled map from her bag, pointing to a section of highway just a few miles from here. I've been driving in circles, she said. Every time I try to leave, I end up back here. Like the road loops, but it's not the road. It's something else. I leaned in, feeling the weight of her words settle in the room. The gas station suddenly felt smaller, more sinister. The lights above buzzed louder, the fridge humming oddly low. We need to figure out what's going on, I said, though my voice sounded hollow even to me. She nodded. You're not alone in this, she said. I found other people who vanished, or ended up here like me. They don't remember how they got here. Some never leave. The idea was impossible. Absurd. But the evidence stacked up too high to ignore. We spent the next hour sharing stories, piecing together the strange patterns we'd both noticed. The missing items, the repeated customers. The way time bent and folded around us. It was like we were trapped in a bad dream, a loop designed to wear us down. By 5 a.m., the first real light of day broke through the grimy windows, and the woman stood up. We have to leave, she said.